Hello and welcome to the China DPC, where we are getting into yet another day of games, and I'm going to be stepping in for Mr. Mike LaPhoenix. John said something which really pissed him off, apparently, so he's now on a journey to go and punch him in the face, is the last I heard. He's currently traveling across Australia to get to the northern tip so he can jump into the sea and start swimming across there. So best of luck to Mike, I suppose. We'll give you an update as he goes. But John, how's it going?
Doing great. Mike tried to throw a little shade on me on Twitter earlier today with some of the riddles that Wikrim was kind of posting. So he got a little bit ticked off in reply. He was like, "Oh, I'm coming to get you." He's off swimming. I don't know. You know what Australians do? They go pretty hard, Nomad.
They do indeed. And you know who else goes hard? These Chinese players. They've been going hard in Div 2 because I won't lie to you, after last season, all the drama, all the flames, everything, I was expecting something different from this season, but this season's been fun, and more than anything, this season has been competitive here in Division 2, and these teams have been kind of giving it their all. I mean, the main question I want to ask you is, like, for viewers coming in, what is the main difference between kind of this, the way these Division 2 teams have been playing the game versus what we've been seeing from, like, the main teams playing in Dream League?
I think China still has its own set meta almost. They have their own unique style. They've been leaning into not too far off from the picks. You still see stuff like the offlane Primal Beast is still pretty popular. I think one thing that isn't as popular, it was on the tip of my tongue. The safe lane DK is not as popular right now. I don't think it's something that we see China dip into too much. We do see DK in general come out, but almost always like a mid, sometimes safe, but it's not as popular as you'd tend to see elsewhere.
Yeah, we had a lot of TAs coming out as well, and that's actually what we saw on the last day of gameplay, so we can take a look at that recap and see exactly how it went, because we had IGV playing up against Cactus as the first series here, and indeed, in that first game, we did have that TA playing, but didn't really work out for IG Vitality this time around, did it?
Yeah, they tried to make it work, and IGV in general has just been really struggling here in the DPC, which is a shame for a roster that's pretty storied with fairly experienced players on hand, although not quite getting the limelight that other players tend to get, but still a rather experienced stack, and they're just struggling through. Like, Cactus is probably one of their toughest opponents, to be fair. They are still within the top 2, top 3 right now. They still have a solid chance of making it into that Div 1 slot, but it's been a rough road for IGV. Like, yes, they managed to take another game off in these series, which is something IGV has been almost consistent about. Like, even in lost series, they've always managed to find a game off. It's just that they don't manage to rally through and kind of clear the game out for themselves. It just feels like there's something lacking. Like, we did see IGV beat Meteor, and I believe me and Mike were casting that one, which was a little bit surprising to see IGV finally play a clean game, and we expected them to carry that momentum through, but it doesn't quite carry over as much as you'd expect.
Yeah, it's been so close as well. I feel bad for this team. I mean, they got scored by P kills, but everybody else, they've taken a game off. They have the same scoreline as both the teams above them, Supernova and Lonely Rock and Roll, but they've just not been able to get the series wins, which feels really bad for them. They've been getting the individual wins, but when it comes to series, it's just not been adding up. So they are in this kind of scary place down at the bottom, and gonna need to look to turn things around pretty damn soon as this third game. Again, just not going in their favor. Cactus, they have just been looking like a very thorny opponent to play against.
Yeah, they definitely have been. You're starving for wins right now on IGV. You try to reach out, take a drink out of the Cactus, but stinks you right back. And for Cactus, I mean, it's been a little bit rocky for them. Like, they had a series the day prior in week 2 up against Bright, which honestly I expected Cactus to kind of take themselves. And that loss to Bright kind of sets them up in this situation where, again, you've got this potential for a lot of ties in the top 2. We did see Bright have to play up against LRNR as well. And again, it's just so tight in China right now. Like, you see the rankings, you see the standings later on. You see LRNR beat out Team Bright. LRNR is not a team that has had the smoothest run either. Like, their first week felt pretty all right. Their second week was like so-so, and then rallying here in week 3 to find this win over Team Bright, who are ranked pretty heavily above them right now, just from the series they've all played. It's just causing these issues for all these teams. You know, you're into week 3 now for the DPC. Every win, every series weighs a lot more in deciding your fate here in Div 2. So, I mean, these kinds of surprises, it's not something you can afford to have for Team Bright, but for LRNR, it's definitely what they need to keep going here.
Yeah, and I love seeing all this violence, all this fighting, and all of these teams trying to make a name for themselves, you know. In nature, when there's a forest fire, you know, when everything burns down, that's when the grass is most fertile, you know. That's when the lands are most fertile, and the new growths come in and grow faster than any other point in the life cycle. So, you know, that's China at the moment. Everything's looking healthy, everything's coming up, and yeah, we got big players and old names as well coming back and making a name for themselves. And that's what we saw in this second game here, Bright versus RNR. You know, it was another really close series. I mean, although individually the games didn't go on that long, it was kind of one slap one way, then one slap the other. In the end, we did see a pretty fun series coming out from both teams. And again, you know, just everyone's kind of happy picking the stuff they want to play as well, you know, like D-Stones on his quad, very cool to watch, that's for sure, and putting on a bit of a clinic here in this third and final game to close it out.
Yeah, like they're just having their specialty on hand always feels good. Again, China doesn't tend to follow too hard into what the other regions tend to do, and I think that does allow a lot more interesting plays to come out. I say that I don't know how much longer we have with these interesting plays with
yes.
our patch coming in by
John.
Yeah, it's just getting over there. I'm expecting it in the next 14 to 16 hours. That tends to be the timing, like 2 a.m. local to around 4 a.m. local. So if I'm not up for it, I'll wake up and I'll be there, which is always fun to see. And these standings, they might get shaken up off that patch, right? Piggy Killer is still number 1 with 5 wins, 0 losses. Bright Cactus trailing behind with 3-2. LRNR right in their tail, going 2-3, along with Meteor, Poke. Like, a lot of these teams are within striking distance of each other outside of IGV. So theoretically, everyone still has a shot into that Div 1 slot.
Yeah.
Like, as long as Bright or Cactus, or Bright and Cactus take a loss each, and you find a win each on any of these following teams, it opens up this top 2 in a huge way.
Absolutely. Still everything to play for these teams. You know, Supernova, Lonely Rock and Roll, Poke, and IG Vitality will all be playing today. And again, all of these teams can still make it through up into Division 1. So they're playing for everything right now. But at the same time, they could also get knocked down. All of these teams could potentially be knocked down into the abyss, into nothingness, because there's a Division 2. There is nothing below here. So you really do not want to take this loss. And yeah, it's very important. And I think what you said about the patch is really important as well, because basically what it means is we are now sitting in this kind of gray zone where every match kind of today and previously to today matters a lot, because after today it might be out of your control. If things are getting really crazy, then you're relying on an entirely different skill set. You know, how well can you adapt? How well can you figure things out? These are not the things which have been carrying teams through for as of recently. So it's pretty recently. Let's get into our first series of the day. We're going to be talking about Supernova versus Lonely Rock and Roll. You seem to kind of be a little bit of a fan of this Lonely Rock and Roll team. I mean, what are they doing that you like, John?
It's really just their team icon and their choice of name. It's a reference to it's a reference to Bocce to Rock. You know, like it's not an anime or manga I've watched or read yet, but I know it's something I would enjoy just by hearing about it from all my friends. So I like that they like this anime. I mean, how would you not like Bocce?
Man. They've taken it too far. The anime profile pictures were one thing, but the anime team,
it's great. What do you mean? This is a great team. It's a great show. I can't help but cheer for them solely off the back of that. Even Bocce, you know, the namesake of the show.
What is this?
And the icon in their team, I mean, he named himself after it. So I'm like, all right, these guys are fans. I got to root for my boys, but it's a little up and down. They look promising. Recently, they've been having D-Stones come in to play for them. I'm not sure if we have that in this game as well, whether or not he's subbing in, but it's going to be interesting. And we do have D-Stones on hand again. So The one thing with D-Stones is he loves his Necrophos mid. I'm keen to see if that's something that they might find value here again.
Wow, wow, the team with the anime profile picture picking Necrophos mid. I couldn't be more disgusted, John. That is just degeneracy in the most pure essence. They've ground it down and formed it into a fine powder. Jesus. All right, let's have a look on the other side of the coin, of course. We've got Team Supernova, who is a team which, you know, again, I mean, you could say that about any team in the region pretty much, but for me especially, you know, this has been one of the surprises for me. This is a team which I don't really know any of the players, to be perfectly honest with you, and they have been fighting up. They've been punching up. They've been finding some wins against some big names here. You know, they took a game off Meteor. They took a series off Poke. They've been doing all right.
And they've been doing really well. I think the one big strong thing with Supernova is this flex they have on hand. They can early phase pick the Ember Spirit and then flex it. We've seen them do that multiple times. Pick the Ember first phase, bait the enemy team into thinking it's the Ember mid, then just run it safe lane for Dong. And I think that has led to some surprising results for them. That is something that all teams playing against Supernova have to be ready for, because if they get away with that flex, it can be pretty damn powerful. Dong is a solid Ember safe lane player.
What's the build like on that Ember safe lane? Like, what's he pulling on it?
Still the same, Maelstrom, BKB, not too far off. Maybe it's still actually the same. He literally goes for Maelstrom, Orb Corrosion, Phase Boots. So it's not too far off from what you'd expect mid, but he manages to make it work on a save. So again, whether or not you're willing to let that through is another question.
It is indeed. All right, well, I'm very excited to see it. So let's jump into this first game here. It is Supernova versus Lonely Rock and Roll. And just to mention, you know, win here could set you up for going to Division 1. It could also knock you down. The important thing to remember is actually that the loser of this series will technically be in that relegation zone after this match. So that's probably what these teams are focused on at the moment. That's what you've got to be thinking about. And yeah, which team would you be favoring coming into it before we've seen any of the draft or anything?
I feel like Supernova's been a little bit stronger. Just the way they play, it's been a bit more impressive in comparison to LRNR. LRNR and some games where they're off can just be really off. I think the consistency's a little bit better from Supernova coming out there, but this is rather even. You know, it's hard to tell who comes out on top. I believe it's Lizard who loves to mention, you know, it's Div 2 Dota. You don't know what's going to come true. And with these drafts on hand, I mean, Beastmaster slides through for Supernova along with Rubik, already a solid lane. LRNR, pick up the Undying, along with a Terrorblade very early on. A Terrorblade versus Beastmaster lane is playable. It is also really risky because the Beastmaster, if he doesn't want to go for the Boar build, the Axis build against the Terrorblade is pretty strong. You don't care for his high physical armor, you can melt him through. The one thing you do have on LRNR is that you have some healing from the Undying, but when you go Soul Rip in lane, it does not feel good. Like, Undying really enjoys his 302 build by 5. Any point into Soul Rip just... I mean, it's value. At the same time, it's probably not enough to keep your Terrorblade alive for the entirety of that laning phase.
Yeah, no, they'll shove them out. I mean, of course, at TB, you've always got the option of just going back to the jungle, but it does seem like an interesting choice to pick it versus the Beastmaster, I'll say that much. There seems to be a lot of confidence here from LRNR, and we'll see if it pays off. I mean, they did pick it 4th, so they have a chance to ban some things which they view as being answers to it. That's going to be the Morphling and the Sniper for now. Morphling makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Sniper makes sense as well. These are 2 good answers to the Terrorblade. So we'll see what Supernova's response is. Are they going to kind of throw everything at the TB, or are they just going to kind of keep it solid? I personally like it when Div 2 teams commit to their own ideas rather than trying to answer what the enemy team are putting down too hard. I think it's always better to just kind of find your own style first, and then if you can, you know, throw out some answers with your last pick, or, you know, just try and make sure your idea is better than your opponent's idea. I feel like that's the best way to play when you're in this Division 2.
Yeah, just stick to your guns, execute what you know you can pull off pretty consistently.
Yeah.
I am curious if we see anything special slide out. I believe me and Mike did manage to witness a safe lane Lina still working out. And I feel like that can still be a solid solution to Terrorblade. Just because you're like a mixed damage core still, like you can scale against a Terrorblade in a late game scenario, but also like early to mid game you can burst them down fast. I don't know if that's something Supernova would want to pick up. I don't believe they've done that for Dong. They still have some pocket options, like say Ember that they can flex. Again, Ember can kind of magically burst down the Terrorblade. It can get on top of that hero as well. So you can get some solutions on either your mid or safe lane, considering that flex for Supernova. So there's quite a few options left. And I appreciate that LRNR are just banning out these safe lane matchups that can make it awkward for the Terrorblade. I do still feel like there's still a lot to worry about. Like, they leave stuff like, say, Leshrac open for Supernova if they want more magic damage on hand.
Zeus as well, still an option. They really are focusing on the carries, which I find interesting. And, yeah, I think... What are we going to see here? A Jakiro coming out from Supernova? Okay, all right. I like this a lot, actually. I think this is really cool. This is a support hero which has been seeing a lot more gameplay recently across all regions, to be honest with you. And it's looked good, and I really like it as a answer to the Terrorblade. That long-range stun, going to go to work, you know, a bit of AoE coming out from this hero. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it gives you so much. You do have enough solid stuns to kind of make it feel good as well, to play with a Macropyre, to follow through from the Ice Pad. And in lane, it's just really hard to shove away the Jakiro. Like, it just has so much to trade with that it doesn't really mind kind of standing there, buying space for its core. So I like that pickup as the solution to the TB. It gives you a lot of push now with Jakiro and Beastmaster as well. So you can kind of just focus in, take these early objectives away from the side of LRNR. The one thing, though, is that you don't have great Tombstone clear from your supports. You don't really hit it too fast as the Jakiro Rubik. So in a decently positioned fight for LRNR, the Tombstone should provide a lot of value still in the middle of these engagements.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what it'll come down to, value. How much can you squeeze out of these heroes? But what would you want to play today? You know, assuming that the patch is going to come tomorrow and every hero is going to get like a big old shuffling, a big old change. Who do you want to use on your final patch day?
Honestly, I'm surprised that neither team kind of gone for a Disruptor pick. I feel like that hero is just going to get changed or completely shafted in the patch. Disruptor is just
banned out first phase, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It is, like, it's such a terribly annoying hero. I don't know what you would want to play.
I'm asking about you, John, though. What have you been abusing? What are you going to miss? Yeah.
What would I miss? Honestly, all my heroes are pretty trash right now.
Oh, okay.
You know, maybe... I don't think Pugnus in the most amazing spot. Lion's kind of dead. But I still play a lot of... I don't know, I've just been enjoying Lion and Turbo. There's something sick about that. I think my favorite build's actually a 1-1-3 build on Lion with shards. Like, it's actually... It's the most annoying build you can go for. It's like you stand there, they can't stun you, and you drain their mana and they're completely slowed with your talents. It's actually alright. It's just kind of atrocious as well. There's a reason why Lion's kind of dead, so...
Yeah.
No, I'm hoping I see some spicy stuff for Lion and Warlock. Those are the two big ones I want to see.
The only thing I judge in Turbo is when people like just go like 5 hero BKBs at like a second item or whatever. You know, that's I mean it's kind of necessary, but it's also so lame. Like I'm just like
it is.
Just play the game. Like it's Turbo. BKB should be banned in Turbo. That's my hot take of the day. Or it should be like you can only buy it past like 20 minutes or something, you know?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? That would be good.
Spell immunity sucks.
Yeah, BKB. But yeah, otherwise Turbo is made for abuse. Abuse all you want in Turbo. No judgment from me. I used to go, do you remember when Sniper had the Ags where it just inflicted like a AoE crit on the Assassinate instead?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I used to just build the Ags and then a bunch of rapiers and just sit in my fountain and just fire away at people. It was so fun. And you get like these kind of mind games where they start building blade mails to counter you, and then you have to buy the Yules and you fire it and then Yules yourself and then you blade mail and try to play. It got very entertaining.
Yeah.
But rip.
You know, I'm hoping in the patch that we get some stuff from the Ags Labyrinth into our heroes. Can you imagine?
Oh, please.
Ags Labyrinth sniper talents, where his right clicks turn into assassinate randomly. That would be funny.
That would be very, very fun. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that... So my two things are either... Shards are going to have 2 variants, which you can pick up now. That's what I'm kind of... I'm expecting something like that. You know, just another addition, another way to change things up. Or... And my biggest hopium is that we're going to have some sort of like sub Roshan, some mini Rosh, which you can kill for ability upgrades, similar to Ag's lab. But that's some serious hopium. That's probably going to be too insane. But anyway, we have a puck pick coming out.
Yeah. Like, you do have the Dawnbreaker plus Puck coming out for Lonely Rock and Roll. So that kind of ties in their team fight nicely with his Snapfire pickup. You've got the Coil into Kisses.
Yep.
You've got the Solar Guardian in to save whoever or just jump in with a Puck, which ties in really nice with a Dream Coil. For Supernova, the Monkey King, it was a safe pick to just kind of maybe leave it open for the mid, although it should just be your safe lane pick now for Dong. Core-to-core matchup against Terrorblade down the line is pretty decent. Your lane into Dawnbreaker is also actually not too bad. A Monkey King plus a Jakiro is a lot of damage in lane. The Dawnbreaker does feel like you need level 3 to really feel secure in just farming up with your Celestial Hammer. So level 1 to 2 is not going to be the comfiest for that hero. But the Snapfire does give you more aggression, and Supernova do go straight into the Pangolier for their mid. So they have a lot of team fight. They have pretty good illusion clear now as well with the Pangolier and just with the Jakiro, even the Monkey King to an extent. I'd have to say here, Nomad, I do prefer Supernova's draft just a little bit more. I think they've got good counterplay into what LR and R will want to do. They already have some stable hold for D-Stone's Puck. It's kind of funny because I feel like Jakiro Ice Pad is actually a really good solution to a Puck. In any other circumstance, it feels like Ice Pad is not reliable enough, but in the case of the Puck who's trying to play with Phase Shift, Ice Pad is a pretty good answer to that. You can catch out if ever, you can get follow through from the Roar, you can keep the Puck locked down. It's really your one big issue here on Supernova, just how much can D-Stones really get with that Puck. If he does manage to dodge like a god, then this game can get a little bit complex with the teamfight LRNR has, but I think Supernova does have the control necessary.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, you always looking at this Puck and going like, okay, well, here's the things which can happen, but what will happen? I mean, what I do like is that they've got the Monkey King and the Rubik as the setup stuns for the Ice Paths, so those are potential things, but I think overall it's not... I agree with you, it's not a free puck game, but it's not also a hard puck game either. It's definitely in the middle. I think this Pangolier was a bit of a weak pick for me, but to be fair, there was kind of nothing else, so I'm not hating on it too hard. I think they had their options kind of stuck by that last pick. I just really wanted something which was going to bring a big threat to this TB, and they don't have that, so I do feel like Supernova on a timing, and because of the messiness of Div 2, then I'm going to go for Lonely Rock and Roll this time around. I'm going to go against you, John. I think it's going to be fun either way, though. I can absolutely see how they could take this on Supernova, but let's find out, as they're actually all smoked up right into each other. Quadruple Y does break the smoke. Big Can just sitting on the cliff with his big cans.
Yeah, love that name. We're having a bit of discussions on his past names as well, and now he's just Big Can. It's like a big can of what?
Big can of what? Big can of whoop ass. That's what he's hoping this game.
Yeah, that's what he's gunning for, I suppose.
Yeah.
Didn't even think about that.
This guy's old though. This guy's been around since like 2014 or something. I remember watching him on like Serenity and IG. I think was it IG? I can't remember. He used to go under the name Doodle though. So is it an upgrade? Is it a downgrade? I'm not sure. I think it's different. We don't need to hierarch everything in our lives. Big Can is different to Doodle. Both are good. Both have their perks. And both teams just look at each other. There's just a lot of flirting going on from both teams, and no real commitment. But here we go. A little bit of tussling here for this rune, and it's really not going well for Nova, as they are taking way more damage on Han and Sheep here, as they will back themselves up. More bounties gained by Supernova, though, so that's a bit of a win.
Yep, they find a little bit extra. Was a bit dicey when Bocce walked up and got the double K off. Does feel pretty good as the Undying at that point run down. Still, we are taking a look at that mid lane matchup. First, it is Han on Pango up against D-Stones on that Puck. And this matchup should be fairly even. You might argue maybe a little bit Puck favored, but I think we've seen Pangos actually work this lane just fine. It's not like unplayable once you get your swash. And maybe you're level 3 up, you can kind of harass back fairly decently and maintain your farming pace as well. Probably just down to rune control. That's where the Puck should have a slight advantage, but again, you're not completely out with a swash. You do have mobility on hand on Han to secure his own runes coming up here.
Yeah, one thing which is important to mention is that there was a bit of an HP disadvantage for Han starting off on this because he did get decayed and then hit by a bunch of spells. So there was that to take into account, but they also gave him a shared tango. I think they gave him 2 shared tangos to start off the lane, actually. He ate one immediately, and then they gave him another one to use immediately afterwards.
Wenhao.
So that'll help out. But yeah, Wenhao up at top, he's cooking, and not in a good way.
Oh yeah, he's cooking up.
He's got to be careful. I mean, there's a mango and a dual breath available from Chola here if he wants to go for it. But he seems to be holding back for now. Doesn't think he has the damage, and he's probably right. Trust him to know his hero's capabilities. So we'll leave Wenhao alone for now. Coming back in with the help of the creeps, though. I mean, they don't have the fortify up quite yet. If they had a fortify, he could have thought about going for something. But I feel like he could have killed him. I don't know. Am I crazy? Has he got a fairy fire or something? Oh yeah, he's got fairy fire and 6 sticks. Never mind.
Yeah, but if he gets the next liquid fire, perhaps with a dual bread and maybe a couple right clicks out for Ndong, can be manageable. It's still, with that kind of movement out, you're just kind of leaving course to play tag. That does lead to a little bit better farm for Dong and not as much impact for YYYY. Down bot, as we have seen, it is Bocce on that Undying. And Chen going for the Axis early on does help him harass, but at level 2 now for Big Ken, he does have that threat with Metamorphosis, still has it ready.
Here we go.
And,
Metamorphosis comes out. Yeah, it's a lot of damage, but they've got the lift from Sheep there to hold them back. But look at Bocce just smacking away at them. It's Day of the Dead down here. Sheep does have the wand to keep himself alive, but this will give them a bit of lane dominance for the time being. That said, 2 big cooldowns being used, so I don't know. Is there a chance for Supernova to take back control of this lane once this Metamorphosis and this Tombstone have gone down?
Yeah, there is a pretty big chance. Bocce's all out of regen. That's all his 6 mango is gone. So you should be able to play here
mid
on
lane.
the side of
very low, but Han, he's got a swashbuckle available, but does not quite land it onto D-Stones there. D-Stone's very cool, calm and collected. He had the fairy fire, but didn't even pop it when he saw the swashbuckle come out. He was like, no, that's a miss.
Yeah,
what a chat
on. It is rather even in CS. It's a little bit, I mean, it's still all right for both sides. Rune control is going to be the big one. Even just these Watt runes coming out, if you can deny it off from the other mid, it secures you a pretty big advantage. No one's died, so no one can come in for that TP reset on the bottle as well. So you can't do as much, and you can just see Han is feeling pretty confident. Fairy Fire popped now. No mana on Han. But again, if rune control comes out favorably for either side, that's where things can really ramp up.
Yeah, for sure. And there is a movement coming in from Wenhao here. Not quite sure what this is. Just the Sapphire looking to secure the 4-minute water rune, I suppose. But Han's able to get it regardless, and Sheep there. There's a random Sheep in the middle lane which just shoots D-Stones in the face, and that'll be your first blood.
Yeah, just comes down to, again, to that rune control. Han has the faster fingers, grabs the water rune himself down there. No top up for the puck, tries to go down mid. But the early rotation from Sheep, that TP from bot, just, it works out. No vision to spot that out. They did have a ward, but I'm surprised that he managed to catch out these stones. Just going back a bit too forward, close to that tower, and gets gunned down.
Dude, that was wild. Like, he just wasn't ready for that at all. Red Sea D-Stone's getting caught out like in that way. But she might... Nah, Bocce's fine. He has a tombstone, but doesn't really want to pop it without having his TB there to set up with him. Wants to kind of just use those spells in conjunction to kind of kickstart that bottom lane again. And it is going really well, actually. They're just going to bring him down regardless. There's the tombstone coming down. He sees the opportunity and he does not hesitate. Meanwhile, Wenhao jumped down to the low ground to keep himself okay. Turns around with a cheeky little scatter blast onto 2. And quadruple Y. What an annoying name. What an annoying name, by the way. Why can't you just be 3 Ys? Then we can call you triple Y. But you have to be 4 Ys. Where do we call him quad Y? Do we call him YYYY?
I like saying YYYY. There's something in my brain that just enjoys these repetitive names for some reason. I have a very different brain, Nomad.
I see. I've noticed.
Enjoy that.
Yeah. Different is what we're going for, is it?
Yes. It's the kind way of saying it, Nomad.
Indeed. Well, Wenhao comes mid once again for the bottle refill. Delicious little sippy cup. A lot of heroes showing up at mid again. Again, I'm not sure. They're just going to try to secure these runes, but last time it didn't work out so hot. And this time around, they're only really looking at bottom, and guess what? It's going to spawn top. So 2 heroes come mid for what?
Doesn't pan out. They know they need that rune control. They don't manage to find it. It could still lead into a good rotation down bot, though.
Yeah, I mean, why might be a little bit dead here as they manage to close the gap on him. And again, that's what happens. You move 2 heroes to the middle lane, the opportunities do open up, and Supernova, they're not wasting any time to making the most out of this.
Yeah, they make use of it really well. The rotation down bot from Wenhao and Bocce doesn't really pan out either. I mean, it's not like you're terribly necessarily wants to run up with a Metamorphosis, as he's at the point where he probably just wants to use that to farm in the jungle or maybe shove mid. Like, those are your 2 options right now in terms of timing for LRNR. And for the side of LRNR, like, the one thing that's really hurting for them is the off lane of YYYY. Like, again, it's not a matchup that feels good for the Dawnbreaker. Melee hero up against Monkey King is always a little bit better for the Monkey King. You're not really able to bully. You can still keep that safe farm, but it's not like it's going particularly fast in that farm right now.
Yeah, it's not coming in thick and fast, but, you know, it's a quiet game as Wenhao does get brought down by the combination of the Pangolier and the Rubik. Just roaming around with that Invis rune. Again, those active runes, so these mid-rotations, they're making a difference to the early game. And now, Chola catches him out with the Ice Path. There's just going to be a little bit of damage, though. Don't have time for the setup with the Rolling Thunder just yet. Early days on the Ice Path still.
Yep. Just threatening a little bit. He's managed to get a lot of space to just soak up EXP down mid. Chola is now at 5. It's still a ways off from hitting 6. But with the threat of Macropyre eventually coming out with a level 3 dual breath, there's a lot of output here. Free to play with on
Hoyle
Nova.
in the mid, though.
They're going on Han.
Yeah, they're setting up for it, and I think they do have the damage. Stuns there with the cookie. Damage comes in. The Ice Path is not enough to save the day. They will bring down Han. That was a very nice movement there, as well as Wenhao runs into the middle lane. Another bottle refill, just constantly keeping D-Stones topped up, ready to go. And that's what gives them the resources to get that kill in the end.
That's a big kill that they needed to find. They feel like Han was just getting a little bit too much from his mid lane. You're starting to build up a little bit more. It also buys you some space and relief for Big Can to just keep farming down bot, with all the attention turned to mid. You are starting to see a TP back from Han down bot, though, and he still has that roll ready. So they can try to attempt here.
Yeah, this would be big, and it looks like it is going to go their way. I mean, they've got the raw to secure it if they want to use that, and they will. Chen just comes in and slices the guy up. There you go, like a big old sausage. Nova will get themselves a kill down here. And probably let's put some pressure on the tower as well. Meanwhile, Lonely Rock and Roll, they were thinking about something similar up in the top line, but they don't really have the heroes for making that sort of movement. And that's been the awkward thing for them, kind of. They're relying on this puck to do so much for them that, you know, you move 2 heroes up the top and it's like, great, do we cookie into Starbreaker this Monkey King? I don't think that's really going to work. What can you do?
Yeah, it's a tough one to just get that lockdown going. They also managed to get a good scan off from Nova's end. They get the sense that there is more heroes down there, and Dong just TPs, believes he's heading down bot to get that push, get that farmer also pushing in mid.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy right now. They're shoving pretty hard as, well, the Pug just engaging onto this. I mean, he's got the support for the Dawnbreaker who comes down from the heavens. They're looking over towards the Pangolier. They're going to need to take him down, and they will do so successfully. Chola trying to TP out of this one. That is going to happen. The Jakira gets away on a sliver of HP, so nice initiations from D-Stones, comboing it up with the Solar Guardian to get themselves a nice kill there onto the Pangolier. And defend their middle tier 1 tower in the process as well. It did take a bit of a beating there, though, as Sheep gets a cheeky little deny on the double damage rune.
Yeah, they've just been pretty on point in Nova to force these moves out. Like, you force them mid, so you get clear room to just clear out bot. Dong doesn't get punished for switching lanes. Our Monkey King is rushing Radiance here as well, which I'm still not a fan of. But
okay, we've seen this before.
If the timing is good. Yeah, we've seen this before. If the timing's good, then maybe. But I'm still not sold on this Radiance rush on the one. It's not amazing.
Is it Radiance Ags is the plan?
Usually it is.
Okay. All right, that's spicy. I mean, it it gives you kind of another way to address this this Terrorblade, I suppose, as Boshi does get caught out. Probably not the kill they wanted there, as they set up pretty hard on the mid lane. But at the same time, Supernova is still getting the pressure on there, recognizing the timing of their draft and realizing that this Terrorblade is just not really going to be in the game for a while. And they're abusing it, which is really nice to see. Oh, lift up onto the puck. They're going to be able to take him down so fast. D-Stones is just out of the equation. Han rolling around looking for more. Not going to be finding it, though, as the middle tier 1 tower is going to drop. Supernova finding the pace here.
Yeah, they've just been really aggressive. Again, they've got this early push time with a Beastmaster and Jakiro on hand, and they do have to hold for something like the puck in a good setup. For the side of LRNR, I was expecting maybe Big Can showing down mid. Again, playing with Metamorphosis, taking that mid tier 1, not something we've seen early aggressive Terrorblades kind of do to secure more map space for themselves. But Big Can is just opting to farm, which, you know, it's fair enough. You are a Terrorblade, you want that build up. But it does feel like map space is just going to shrink more and more now with your bot jungle just completely cut off with the tier 1s taken. So Supernova have the room to sustain Dong's farm. You don't really have ways of fully punishing that Monkey King yet. Supernova's still been really on point with rune control, getting the Arcane Rune up for Han. It's going to line up with his next Rolling Thunder use, lower cooldown, much more activity coming out from Pangolier as well. And eventually Chen will also hit that point where the full Dominator comes up, the full Overlord comes up, with the Ancient Creep up and running. And there's a lot of output for Supernova to meet in these next few minutes. And for the draft of LRNR, it just kind of stems back to picking up the Dawnbreaker here.
Moving down on bottom, though, onto YYYY, who does get cleanly taken down. Another kill gained by the side of Supernova as they just continue to, as you say, shrink the map. That's what it's all about. That kill was so deep, and there was like no response from Lonely Rock and Roll. So they really are just trying to play a very economic game right now, and it's not looking horrific when you look at the money, but it's looking pretty horrific when you feel the pace of this game. And, you know, you imagine how Rock and Roll must be feeling right now. In fact, they're running up this high ground. They're trying to take back control of their jungle. Are they going to be able to do so? And it's D-Stones who leads the charge here onto Sheep. The rest of the team on the side of Supernova not really looking to help out here. It will just be the kill. Although he's done the phase shift. That might save them. Yes, they turn it around as D-Stones. Bocce's dead as well. Why jumps in, trying to bring down Han. They do get that kill. It's something in return. The kisses do the damage, but oh my god, I mean, I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah, that was pretty insane.
Dude, he phase shifted, which gave him enough time to get off the telekinesis when he came out the other side. That's what got the puck kill. That was insane.
They just lined up. Like, they're getting all the space out for LRNR, to be fair. Like, they are distracting. They're giving Big Can as much room as they can. But this early activity for Dong joining in these fights, I mean, he's going to hit that Radiance timing at a pretty good point. Probably one of the better Radiance timings we've seen on these rushes on the past one, as he's only about 490 gold away. So the burn damage, the miss chance on Terrorblade's going to feel good. You're just going to have this early presence coming out from your Monkey King, and he's been really effective in this early movement out, connecting with his team. The side of LRNR, like, these fights just feel maybe a little bit too scrappy. It does feel like you're going to need more farm on your Dawnbreaker, and that does feel like one of the big issues with this hero. Like, it feels like it needs to really farm a lot and win out its lane hard to get this timing into, say, Desolator, or if not, the BKB plus Shard, I think is what I tend to prefer, just because it allows safer activity coming out here. Although, with all the control on Supernova, at least with Aurora on hand, you could be susceptible to that as well. And look at Supernova. They just run in,
pace,
they smoke up.
The pace is so sick to see. Like, they're just absolutely grabbing this game by the balls, and looking to grab somebody else here is Big Can under the tower. He really shouldn't be dying here. Nice read from him, though. He seems to sense something is wrong, so they'll turn around, they'll look for the alternative kill, which will be Wenhao, tanking it for the team, just saying, hey, I'll be your canary in the mine. I'll go and check it out for you.
Yeah. And you save your core, you let him bail out, but this pacing from Supernova is pretty hard to fight into now. Like, Dong has that Radiance up. So your Monkey King is actually fairly well equipped to just keep farming, to have that mischance be pretty impactful when you do jump Big Can down the line, to cancel off blinks, especially from this puck, with a tick damage on. Like, it's a pretty good solution here. I mean, Dong, as long as he can meet his next timings.
And that's the thing, like, Big Cam's not going to be going for this Pike. He's not going to be going for any sort of mobility item. He's going actually for the Skadi. So when that, if Monkey King does get on top of him and then throws down that ultimate, then he's not getting away from that Radiance burn. That is a problem for this hero. He needs to land every right click to be able to be effective in the fights, and that's not going to be happening. As now we look over towards Sheep, who does take a decent amount of damage, but Supernova, they're just kind of abusing the lack of catch. Sheep, can he dodge it out? Yes, he... Oh, nice, catch him with the last Mortimer's Kiss. Very well done, as Han will roll away from all his problems, as we all wish we could sometimes.
Yeah. At the least he doesn't die, you know, the roll is expended, but you're pretty alright with the Pangolier living true. They're still kind of set to try to take a fight if they want to. Full Overlord already up on Chen. So he's got the nice Ancient Black Dragon on hand with its output and its wave clearing potential now as well.
Yeah.
And for LRNR, like, it just feels like the map is shrinking way too much. Like, Big Can's forced to constantly play up top where
It's
you
not
just have so much
safe.
aggression lining up here. It's definitely not.
He could be in trouble once again here. Does throw down. Oh no, the reflection might just give away his own fate though. In comes Wukong's command. Big Can does get caught by the ice path, but it's a little bit too deep, they've decided, on the side of Supernova. So they actually make this very, very disciplined play of backing themselves out. But is it going to matter? Oh, the stolen coil onto the puck. These stones, he's going to go down again. They will get the return kill onto Chen, but why? Might be in some trouble now as well as the Rolling Thunder comes back on through. They get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker, and then they move over towards Wenhao as well. That's going to make it 3 for the side of Supernova and might just lead them into Roshan.
Yeah. They still find these big kills. Sure, you're not finding the Terrorblade kill on Big Can, but actually hurting this puck is massive. Like, the Witchblade isn't up yet on these stones. He doesn't have much more to play with. It's hard for him to play with. Yeah, it's hard for him to just play with that Blink, because you do have all of this control. You do have all of this AoE damage, AoE DOTs on hand to just make it feel impossible to sneak away here. And with it melting, after all that commitment out from LRNR, you don't have play to contest. Sure, it's not the fastest Roshan, but you're not going to have anything ready in time to contest this.
I bow down to you, John. Man, I thought this was looking like an okay puck game. Not amazing, but not terrible. But it's a terrible, terrible puck game. Rubik, I think especially Sheep, has just absolutely had D-Stone's number. Has been tearing him apart every single fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think it's both Sheep along with Chola. And the fact that these ice pads have felt consistently impactful out from
not
Chola.
again, not again, not like this. The lift is there, but do they have the lockdown? He does get off the phase shift, but Ice Path coming out the other side. Han is ready with the lockdown as well. D-Stone's trying to get away as they make alternative play. They get off Chen. Bocchi's dead as well. Why to follow as Wukong's... the Boundless Strike comes in to finish off D-Stones there. The puck has died, and it looks like Wenhao will be following as well. TB, only one left alive, because once again he's just not turning up to this fight, and he's changed his item again, not going for the Skadi, but now instead going for the BKB. Mr. Indecisive over here on the Terrorblade.
It just feels necessary with all the control out from Supernova. He needs to actually join in these fights on that Terrorblade, and again,
watch the puck on the
just
replay.
Control. Yeah, I mean, Ice Path just ruins you. Like, if you can see him phase shift to dodge, you can just Ice Path down, and suddenly you just can't bail out. Sheep again with a stolen Dream Coil setting up, and it's just, it feels so hard to play this game. Because your puck is all your initiation. You can't jump in with your Dawnbreaker until her Shard Blink plus BKB. I don't think Shard Blink alone is going to be enough. So it's going to take a lot of time for you to start relying more on your Dawnbreaker outside of that Solar Guardian to set up for you. And in that interim period where you're waiting for those items, like Supernova will just keep playing aggressive. There's nothing to wait for them.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I was kind of hoping the Dawnbreaker would go for like Greaves or Ags or something like that, but no, she's got a Desolate. So, I mean, it sounds cool in that, you know, when you rock up into the middle of a fight with this eventual Blink Dagger, you can then just kind of land Starbreaker and like 3 heroes, and then your TB's gonna absolutely shred them. Like, in an ideal world, you know, that sounds super pog, nice, but you need to be alive to do that. That's my concern.
Yeah. Like, I'm honestly not the biggest fan of like the offlane Dawnbreaker Desolator.
Oh, I hate it.
Unless you're really snowballing. Like, say you're dominating the lane pretty well, your matchup's good, then Desolator can come out faster, and then that can kind of tie into pretty good team fight. But at this pace of the game, coming out from LRNR, it's just too slow.
Stunned up. They're considering the Wukongs, but they will reconsider as they back themselves away.
Under attack.
But yeah. I mean, the BKB is here now for the TB. I'm guessing that's what cancelled the Wukongs. They saw that, and they decided to change plan. D-Stones is able to get himself away from the Ice Path, despite it being used on his phase shift, because he's got the Blink Dagger now. And that Witchblade. He's hit his timing, his second timing of the game. It's 20 minutes in. Not ideal. Big Can still scouting. They feels like they want to try and bait this one in on Lonely Rock and Roll. They're going to do it. They find themselves the opening onto the Beast Pass, but the Wukong is perfect. It's really, really good. Big Can trying to fight up into this, but he's not really got a choice. He just has to back himself away. Puck juking through the back lines of the fight as now they look over towards Boshi. He's going to be the target as the Undying does get brought down, and now Wenhound needs to get himself away from this Pangolier, but he's no Indiana Jones. He can't escape the boulder, but there's not enough damage to finish the job. Meanwhile, Puck still playing around in the back lines. Has the orb out. Is going to be okay. It's just a bit of trading going on, but that's the thing. They've used those big ultimates on the side of Lonely Rock and Roll, and that Solar Guardian was absolutely terrible, and the Wukong's was absolutely perfect, so the fight easily goes away with Supernova.
And they find the pressure they want on Supernova. They force these moves out from the side of LRNR, they force the BKB out from Big Can, and they don't really lose too much out of it. Like, yes, you lose your Beastmaster.
It was very, very close. Still chasing. I'm not sure this is the move, Han. I'm not sure this is the move, but okay, he's just gonna get mown down by the T. That's a bit greedy, my friend.
Yeah, a little bit optimistic. You can see Han saying sorry to his team, just getting a little bit, feeling it a little bit too much. Does get punished for it, but overall, you're still in a really happy spot now for Supernova. With that bot tier 2 taken, you've got outpost control. Open your way if you want to kind of take it as well. And you're just keeping this map still completely in your control. Like, there's still nothing to stop Dong in these fights. Still has the 8-second BKB. Still, age is going to expire at the least, so you don't have to worry about that secondary life for LRNR to play into. But you look at LRNR, you look at their farm, it's still not where they want it to be, and Supernova will just smoke out again.
Yep, no Metamorphosis for another 50 seconds still. D-Stones, he needs to go away to this orb right now, and he is going to be able to do so. A little bit of panic there from D-Stones, but he does get himself away. But meanwhile, Y won't quite be so lucky, as he is going to get mown down by the Monkey King and by the Bangalore in the bottom lane. So a multi-pronged attack from the side of Supernova comes out with the goods, but has to be said, that their momentum is plateauing a tiny bit. I feel like if they can't really take this mid tower, and they get another fight in with this TB meta, then there might be an opportunity, but again, I don't have much faith in this Dawnbringer, so how much can they really get done in these fights?
Yeah, it's not completely lost for LRNR. Like, as long as you hit your timings here for Big Can, like, the Silver Edge is going to be good. You can do a lot of damage. It's all about positioning for Big Can, and it's not the easiest game to just stand back and play with your Metamorphosis. I think we've seen that multiple times where you are durable enough, especially on Dong. Once he does drop the Wukongs and the BKBs fade, the Radiance miss chances just hurt so much on the Terrorblade with his need to physically burst someone. It is a lot of EHP for pretty much your entire team here. On the side of Supernova, I think the spikes for LRNR, I mean, you've got the shard on YYYY. He's going for the BKB and Blink. That's the point where the Dawnbreaker can start to feel a lot better, but not fully set. I'd say this might actually be a game where Dawnbreaker Ags feels almost necessary. Just that additional time up in the air, miss chance.
I mean, just for the Wukong's command, right? Like, it just gives the TB a much easier way to play this game. If like he gets Wukongs, you could just throw down the Dawnbreaker on top. The game will probably just, the fight will just sit still for like 8 seconds or so. Sounds pretty chill.
Yeah, that's what you'd want if there's space to farm it. So in a dragged out game, I think the side of LRNR does feel considerably better as the game goes on. Like, you hit this 25 talent up for D-Stones, he gets to farm his protective items up. It's going to be harder to pin down that Puck, especially once that Linken's is up and running. So you're going to have to kind of anticipate that on the side of Supernova. However, you are still growing massively on Dong. Full Scotty already up along with Radiance. Just way more slows, way more healing reduction coming through. Kind of sabotaging how much
shit.
you can really get done with that Solar Guardian.
Do you know Chola's nearly got nags on the Jakiro? He's got a full staff and almost he's 500 gold of an Ags, the absolute madman, and he's eating tomes like they're hot buns. So he's gonna have a Macropire which is gonna do a lot of damage. Like the change to this Macropire was actually insane. It now does damage the moment it comes out, which is a huge buff, and it's gonna be pure. It's gonna melt this TB, dude. He cannot afford to stand inside Macropire. He will die very, very fast. I'm not joking.
Oh.
And we go. Core comes out, and once again, only onto the Beastmaster, committing 1 ultimate, 2 ultimate, 3 ultimates, and Chen is still absolutely peachy. In fact, he's going to turn around with a Roar, just slowing down Big Can, controlling him up as Rolling Thunder comes through as well. An awkward fight right now, but now, he's in with the fight onto Big Can right now. Big Can's BKB is going to be running off slightly soon, but in comes the Dawnbreaker. They're playing it nicely, but is it nicely enough on Rock and Roll? No, it is not.
Ooh.
The Boundless Strike comes through, and that finishes off Big Can. Now he's a little Can, as they'll take care of YYYY as well. Bocce on the run. They are still chasing on Dong, and he is going to be able to finish off Bocce here by the looks of it as well. A couple of spells missed, but it doesn't matter. They can miss spells with this advantage they have right now. There is no TP, there is no threat, and it's going to be once again Supernova taking the fight, and now looking to take some high ground action as well.
Nothing to stop them. On the respawn for the Terrorblade, you're not going to have Metamorphosis either, so there's really no threat here. Kisses were expended, Dream Coil's gone. No Solar Guardian. In fact, you have a stolen Solar Guardian ready on Sheep for a bit of a reset of their own. There is a commitment out from LRNR.
Yeah.
And you just can't stop this.
And this feels like a desperation build coming out from Terrorblade as well. He went Sanj and Yasha instead of like Manta or anything like that, so just needs like a way to kind of break out. He knows that he's going to have everything thrown on him. And once that status resistance, that's all it's about with his SNY. It's just the status resistance move speed to try and get away from these heroes and find the right positioning in these fights, but not an item you see very often, and for good reason.
Yeah. It's that extra stat resistance might be able to make a difference. It's just that your window for like using that and like looking for this opportunity to use your BKB, it feels way too tight with all the control Supernova has. Like it doesn't feel like there's a safe time where you're like, all right, I can bail out, I can pop BKB, I'll get backed up by my Puck and Dawnbreaker. We haven't seen that connect.
No.
It's just easier to execute on Supernova. That Ags you talked about here, Nomad, on
I'm so
Chola
ready.
is up. So the pure damage Macropire. This is painful. And the duration as well on these high ground sieges. You just cut right through, you prevent LRNR from trying to go onto you. And just area denial, it's massive on this Jakiro.
Roll Macropire and a hero is dead. That's it. It's really that simple. As they go for the initiation here, they find it onto 2. Who are they going to bring down? Well, the answer is Bocce for now. They won't find the +1. It's actually Puck on the backlines trying to find the Rubik. The Rubik going to steal the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive, but it is going to be enough to kill off the Puck. And that is a headline as they'll turn around and just rip the Dawnbreaker apart as well. I mean, the TB, why are you here? He turns up late and he's not really invited to this party at all. Tries to go for the BKB. Can't get off the Thunder, though. Onto the Monkey. He's got a BKB of his own. And it's another death for the Terrorblade, one they really couldn't afford. And
Nicole?
that's going to be it. The GG is cool. We don't even get to see the Macropire in action, really. It was kind of on the mark in the end. So a get from Han as well, as game number 1 goes convincingly towards Supernova.
Yeah, that's a very strong showing coming out from Supernova. Again, this team has been a little bit up and down, so is LRNR, but their execution coming out here from the side of Supernova, it just felt crisp. They had this really good draft coming out. The early Terrorblade pickup from the side of LRNR, it doesn't feel amazing, right? Like we talked about it. First phase Terrorblade coming out, they're forced to ban out core matchups. They leave the Monkey King in the pool. They leave so many solutions out from Supernova to play with. And the pacing from Supernova was just ridiculous. Like their pacing and their execution, like this movement out from Sheep, how much he was managing to steal, how much he managed to stay alive before dying in some of these fights as well, buying that extra time for Supernova, it's been massive.
Yeah, it's been huge. I mean, Sheep was probably my MVP for this game. He did absolute buckets on this Rubik. Obviously, Dong 8-0-13. Yeah, very impressive Monkey King. A bit of a freebie for him, I would say, but still played very actively, and that was kind of a big key to them winning as well. So cases could be made for either, but yeah, overall a sick just team performance from Supernova. You know, they dealt with it so well, and you do have to look at the draft and say, you know, if we're gonna pick this Terrorblade this early, do we need to have a better plan for how we're gonna kind of protect it and make it work in this draft? And maybe even look at the puck as well and go, you know, do we pick the puck into a Rubik Jakiro again? Probably not. These are the things I'd like to see them not do.
Yeah, it felt like they just allowed the side of Supernova to kind of have these answers on hand. I think a shift out in drafting priority for LRNR will help them massively, but props to Supernova. You know, not just the draft, but really just their execution. And as you said, Sheep just really shined in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he was our MVP at all. He had a fantastic time on that Rubik. He executed really well. He really set up. Like, he was active early on. That drive-by on mid on D-Stones as well. Like, he knew where to be. He knew what to do, and he just set up every single time.
But you know the big stat? 98 building damage. Let's go.
Who needs to hit buildings when your team will hit it for you, you know? I want that to be 0. Let everyone else do that. You don't care about the buildings. You care about heroes.
Absolutely true, yeah. And he certainly cared about the heroes. 13.9k, but just the setups, the stuns, just absolutely tearing D-Stones apart. Like, he was the puck this game, just stealing the puck spells, using them against it, doing that classic Rubik shenanigans, and just making D-Stones' life an absolute misery. It was a pleasure to watch in the worst way possible. And yeah, I mean, this should definitely be first phase for Supernova, in my opinion. I think this was so sick from Sheep. He looked godlike on this hero, and a huge threat. Also, you know, we've railed on the other two cores on Lonely Rocket. I think it's time to turn our attention to the Dawnbreaker as well. Like, the Desolator, I can see the idea. I really can. You know, it sounds cool. Just getting in there, you know, getting off that AoE Desolator for your anti-armor, for your TV's damage to come through. Like, it does make sense, right? I'm not saying it's, like, completely wrong. However, like, your poor puck is just getting, like, locked down. Just one thing to save him would have been great. You know, something like the pipe, or maybe a Greaves coming through, or an Eggs. You know, you have options as a Dawnbreaker. I don't know, would it have changed anything? Probably not, but I would have preferred it. But at the same time, you know, I guess they needed some threats as well if the puck wasn't going to be one. I'm not sure, John.
Yeah, like, again, that's just like a very winning item. They weren't quite winning their lanes hard enough, so even, say, an earlier Blink Shard BKB might have been a little bit more impactful as well, even if you didn't want to go Auras here. We'll see. You know, I think for LRNR, it's really just down to execution and itemization, and those are fairly easy to adjust into another game. So I'm keen to see whether or not we get a game 3, because this is do or die. This is their last chances to stay in contention for that top 2, right? If LRNR drops here, they're pretty much locked into be in the bottom half and not kind of lose out their chance to be in that top 3. And same thing kind of goes for Supernova.
Yep.
Like they are kind of tied out in scores, so this win will be massive for either side. And I'm sure for Supernova, they'd want to win in a nice 2-0.
Yeah, let's see if they can get a nice clean win here. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we're going to be back with game number 2 of Lonely Rock and Roll versus Supernova. Beautiful graphics and beautiful games. That's what we like from the China region here with PGLs. We get into the next round. It is, of course, Lonely Rock and Roll versus Supernova, battling it out here in a best of 3. The losing team, of course, is going to be knocked down to that relegation zone, which is pretty damn scary. So, John, let's waste no time and jump into the draft.
Yeah, it's already in. Yeah, after we see our odds, it's still rather even, still slightly favored here for Supernova. I believe when we saw our odds last time around, as the game was midway, it's heavily in Supernova's way, although again, rather even. These two teams are pretty evenly matched, and for LRNR, like, they need to find that win here. They need to force a game 3 out to still have a shot at potentially being in the top 2, forcing out some tiebreakers, and just not being in the relegation zone. Like, it means so much because it's both ends of the spectrum here for both of these teams. So we've got to see if they can shake it off here for LRNR. We already have adjustments in the draft. Undying and the Monkey King coming out for LRNR. Supernova backed into that Beastmaster and Rubik. So nothing too strange for Supernova, going back into what works. For LRNR, I mean, the early Monkey King again. Like, they see it work last game. They take it themselves. They take it away from Supernova. It makes sense. At the same time, I think the big issue is still picking your win condition on 2, not just something that not just something that, you know, like, you can build up your win condition on your literal win condition safe lane early on. It just allows Supernova to plan around that. Like, what you want to take out here against the Monkey, they take out the Bat Rider, they take out the Morphling and the Clockwork, which can scout around, but you already have the Hawk Vision here from Supernova to spot those tree lines just a little bit more. You've got the Rubik who can steal the tree dance. So you have some solutions on hand from Supernova. The Monkey King versus Beastmaster lane, it should be all right for Monkey King. I think that is a little bit more consistent for the Monkey King. You're not as threatened out by the Beastmaster. You could still go boards here for the Beastmaster as well, but I think the Axes are still maybe a bit of a safer bet to constantly apply harass and keep your distance. And Supernova just go into the Ember. So again, this is not necessarily the mid Ember for Han. This could just be Dong's safe lane Ember, and they get something different for Han on the mid. So they leave it super open on Supernova. At the same time, Lonely Rock and Roll, seeing that Ember pick, might think it's mid and run the Monkey King mid instead, which is a complete bait because they can just dodge that lane, run its safe lane, and do something else with it.
Look, I always go with the mantra of, if we know, they know, because, you know, that's what I always hope for, at least. Hopefully, they won't fall into this trap. They should know that something is afoot here. And, you know, again, just stick to your own ideas. Don't keel over and over-adjust to what the enemy are doing. But, yeah, I totally agree that Lonely Rock and Roll, it kind of shows the thought process here. It's like, right, they answered our Terrorblade very, very well. The Terrorblade was a problem, not the fact that we picked our carry hero on the 4th pick. And I can kind of see it, like, I can kind of see picking your carry on the 4th pick being okay, but when it's something like a TB, you know, it's just very counterable, and kind of same with the Monkey King. I mean, they've already got a lot of vision for it, and now, ooh, okay, a new look here from Lonely Rock and Roll. This has taken a page out of the NA playbook as I go for the IO Lash.
Yeah, this is something that NA's been loving. It's something that we've seen GG kind of run in the DPC as well, and with a lot in Southeast Asia. Yeah, of course. And I think Talon's been experimenting with this as well. Like, they saw this picked up in Lima, they were like, we need to practice this. And it's good to see other teams kind of trying it out. It does feel really effective. I like the answer from Supernova though. Into the silencer. So you've got the interrupt, you've got ways of just stopping the spell casting coming out from LRNR. You've got the catch already to an extent with the Ember jumping around here. I think looking at your matchup with Lashrak mid, you probably don't even mind the Ember mid too much. I think that is actually playable. We've seen Embers kind of deal with that lane just fine. It's down to really how well you can outplay that Lesh. But the Ember's timings for Orb of Corrosion, Phase Boots is still pretty big. And the Sleight of Fist spam can help you kind of dodge out even without the Remnant. So you have some play here if you do want to give this onto Han and pick like a bigger win condition safe lane for Dong. You have a lot of options, and I think for LRNR, again, they're covering their bases because the Lashrak can deal with pretty much almost any mid lane just fine. It rarely does get bullied out.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be as overwhelming of a start coming out from Supernova last time around. I think Hans Pangolier did die a couple of times, but it was doing so damn well in lane. Like, it applied so much pressure. It forced out all these supports to constantly stay mid. But the one thing for LRNR, though, with IO plus Undying, like, the play you get from your two supports isn't huge. Like, you will have to always connect with that Lesh. Like, it has to be, like, IO plus one core, and it almost always is going to be that Leshrac that comes in, and they have to play.
I want to see some playmaking. I want to see a Centaur coming out here. I think that's like the one hero which I can kind of really believe in the offlane here, full in the Orcan role. Like, I feel like anything else is just a little bit too slow, a little bit too like playmakey for my taste. I feel like the temptation will be to go for something like kind of slower, you know, like a big team fight, or maybe like a Timbersaw or something. I think that would be just hard. I want to see some playmaking on this offlane right now. Just get in there, stun, play with your Leshrac. Just give him a Centaur body, you know. Leshrac is a Centaur. He needs a Centaur friend.
Yeah. Just another hybrid humanoid creature coming out.
Yeah,
would be very
Underlord
helpful.
would be acceptable too, just because he is also a Centaur.
True, but I'm not the biggest fan of Underlord right now. That's one of the heroes as well that I hope gets touched up in this patch. I'm a big Underlord player. It's been pretty dead. It feels super awkward because I feel like Underlord's big strength is actually his ult. Like, it's not his scaling damage, it's not his control, it's not his durability, it's actually his ult. The thing is, using his ult in these unique ways is not something I think we've seen any team kind of prioritize. Like, think about the potential for, like, bait plays. Imagine you do a reverse smoke play where your team stays in fountain, you run up, and you act like bait, and you try to use your ult to escape, quote unquote, but the rest of your team just runs right through and cleans up a fight. Right, like stuff like that. It's hard to execute. It's a really awkward hero, and in the lane, it's just kind of dead.
There's some interesting things you can do with it for sure. I kind of like the idea of going for like Greaves and then like abusing the teleportation damage resistance, which I don't think that's talked about enough. But it's not relevant for this game. We've got a Legion Commander coming out instead, so there's a lot of healing, that's for sure. It's a cool combination with the IO as well, but at the same time, it doesn't give me enough brawling potential. So Supernova, they've got a free pick here to just kind of do whatever they want with. They can answer the Legion if they want, you know, get a bit of disarm coming out from this. They could go for the Pango and then move the Ember to carry, or they could just take a solid carry here, which lanes well into Legion. Anything ranged is going to work. You can even look at Sniper for them, to be honest with you. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind any of those suggestions. I think this LC pick for LRNR is a little bit interesting just because theoretically you can also just play IO LC, run around, get some duels early on, and kind of connect that way. I don't know if the lane's going to feel that comfy for the Legion Commander coming in. Like, Ember safe lane versus LC is manageable enough. They go with the SF instead for Supernova, so that's a pretty strong pickup for Dong. And they'll actually run it on Han mid. So I like that. The Leshrac versus SF matchup, it's pretty manageable for SF. You can stand back, spam raises, force these stones to make a choice in coming in. The Ember safe lane matchup up against Legion Commander, again, it's not too bad for an Ember Spirit. Like, if the LC does decide to run up to you, you've always got your Flame Guard up, then it feels like trading there is not the safest for an LC.
I feel like I just would have preferred it if they'd have done SF safe lane, just because it gives you that range here, which can kind of just, you know, Legion, okay, you want to go trade with an SF? Yeah, good luck. You're going to get raised twice, and then if you run away again, you're going to get raised 3 times, and then you're going to be really sad. I feel like there was an opportunity there for Supernova, which they kind of chose to just kind of star their way past, maybe forcing the shuffle a bit too hard, but yeah, I'm sure they know these matchups better than I do, so I'm sure they have some nice ideas here. Yeah, I think there's a lot of problems with this Legion Commander pick. One of the biggest ones being that you don't have Brawl, you know. When you're playing with IO, you need to be starting fights properly, and I'm not sure you can start fights properly with the Legion Commander. Like, just jumping in and dueling someone, okay, great. What's going to stop you from just killing this IO in the fight? You know, that's one of the things you have to think about when you draft with IO, is how you can control the tempo of the fight in order for your IO just not to be immediately burst down by these heroes. And the way you do that is by brawling, by fighting, by using this Io's heal to just get in and make threats happen. And I don't think this LC is threatening unless she absolutely dominates her lane. And it's really hard to dominate your lane when you're not a last pick Legion. So that's my thoughts. I'm thinking it's a 2-0, John. Are you on the 2-0
Yeah,
train?
I'm leaning towards Nova as well on their draft. I feel like they can execute on this. I think the one reason you go mid SF is because it does have a much more manageable matchup versus the Lush in comparison for the Ember. I think the Ember's first two levels might just be a little bit too rough. So you just kind of let the SF mid. You can still handle the LC lane. Although she does get a lot of value from press the attack here, just because you're up against a silencer and an Ember. So it's likely not a lane where you'll want the Searing Chain, so you'll just probably go for a 0-3-2 build on Dong, which is still effective. You can still run down. I wouldn't actually be too surprised if you do go higher in Flame Guard and just farm as well. Like that rather rarer 1-1-3 or 0-2-3 build. I wouldn't mind that at all this game for Dong.
Oh yeah, I don't think you level chains in a lane versus Legion, right?
Yeah, no, definitely not. Too much value on press the attack.
Yeah, so seems like it seems like you got some relatively clean cut builds here. I mean, I still think this Legion can own, honestly. Like there's a possibility of her just like turning this lane inside out. But again, you know, the Supernova got to answer it, right? They got the opportunity to see this Legion and go, right, what are we going to do about it? And you know, they chose to leave the Ember in the lane versus it, and I think they must be confident about this. So yeah, we'll see how it ends up going for them. I'm interested to see it. I'm hopeful actually. I want YYYY to kind of have a bit of a redemption from last game, because last game was rough for him.
Yeah, it wasn't the smoothest time for YYY. Keen to see if, you know, we can see a stronger lane coming out. We can see him kind of dominate the way you'd expect the off lane to. Still taking a peek at that mid. I mean, SF versus Lesh. This is not the smoothest time for the Lesh rack. You've got the magic damage to just clear out here on the SF. You can trade blows with Lesh fairly consistently, and if he does walk up to threaten with the split earth, you can kind of punish on Han as long as he has the creep wave in a good spot. So far, not quite the case. So it's a little bit more playable for D-Stones, but I don't expect this lane to get that much easier for D-Stones as the levels go on. Like level 3 for SF with level 2 raises, it's a pretty big power spike for the SF.
Yeah, Han's trying to get in for another Shadow Raise here, but it's going to refresh them. But yeah, we'll be able to keep D-Stones out for a little bit longer, I guess. But now it runs off, yeah. Always interesting to watch SFs at mid, but in the top lane, they're actually trading like crazy out here. These guys are just brawling with each other, and it really is Supernova who are just coming out on top. In fact, they're going aggressively here. YYY is going to take off with the Pressy attack, and that will keep him alive just for now. Cheeky little play there from Han. You know, we from Dong, sorry. We weren't expecting him to go for the chains, but he saw the opportunity to go for a kill, so he levels it just to try and get the snap initiation onto YYYY. And it almost works out. It almost works out, but YYY was very quick on the Pressy attack there. And has to be said, maybe a little bit early from Dong to go for the Sleight of Fist and Searing Chains before YYY had purged off the last word. I feel like that could have been a kill opportunity, and now he's going to pay the price for it, as he takes a ton of harass.
Yeah, he is shoved away quite hard. He doesn't have any regen left. We are seeing more regen being fared out by Chola. At least we'll have some Tangers to play with, but you are sustaining quite nicely for YYYY and Wenhao. And I mean, that's just something you expect when you do have Io in a lane. Of course, you just kind of play really well with regen. It's going to be hard to really kick out that LC as the levels go up here. And I am still keen to see what Dong will want to do, like going 1-1 right now. Arguably, maybe a 1-3-1 build is best, but again, there's still value in kind of going all in Flame Guard. 1-1-3 here, because you just run down the LC. There's not much magic damage outside of the Lush Rack to melt through your Flame Guard, so you can kind of farm and harass pretty well on the Ember as the levels go up. And keen to see what they do want.
A little bit of soft initiation on Sheep down at bottom, but might lead to more than that. They have to down to the assist from the Hellbear Smash and slow down. She actually is just going to make sure that Sheep gets out okay. Get that Sheep to safety.
And they are vulnerable to the wolves running up, or in this case, the zombies running up here.
Oh, nice kill in the mid lane though. D-Stone's able to run him down. That was very, very slick. As they'll also get the kill up the top. Damn, Observer doing overtime here, catching both of those as that we do lose the Legion Commander. That was unexpected, to say the least. I mean, the Legion, actually, he did get the Ember, yeah. I think that's probably worth.
It's definitely worthwhile for LRNR, already a bit of a stronger lane.
Sheep, is he going to get beaten down by Bocce? Bocce needs to get 2 more hits and he's not going to be able to do so, but oh, the Monkey King, never mind, he is going to find it there with the decay. Bocce now going to probably trade his life. There's too many creeps upon him to survive, along with those pesky little balls pecking away at him. Quick question, why are balls ranged? It's something I've always wondered.
They have poison spit, I guess. They're like a Dota-specific breed.
Yeah,
so they have their own thing.
Why do they spawn llamas? Because llamas do spit.
That'd be fun. I think llamas are just too cutesy, but they're not.
Yeah, true.
They're not innocent. Those llamas, they are.
Yeah,
they are
he's
vicious
called
animals.
Beastmaster, and I'm not sure I consider llamas to be beasts.
I mean, they kind of are, but how often they spit at your face? They are pretty mean beasts. So they are beasts of burden, is the word I'm looking for. There you go.
Do you want to know something really cool about llamas?
Yeah.
So they're one of a couple of animals actually that can self-abort. So if they're pregnant and conditions get really bad, or they get ill, or something happens, particularly rough winter or something like that, then they can reabsorb the nutrients, halfway through development and just not be pregnant anymore, and just in favor of surviving.
That is interesting.
That's pretty
this
crazy,
move
right?
down onto sheep is kind of crazy as well.
It is. Yeah, sheeps can't do that, and that is why sheep goes down there. Big Can gets the kill, and that's gonna be a nice little pickup for the Monkey King.
And everything's lining up for LRNR. They've got a solid start for every core. For Supernova, it does feel like they're gonna have to dig into recovery mode a little bit. There's a concern with them, like we talked about, no play for the supports on LRNR. It's maybe a bit worse on Supernova. Like, they definitely need cores to play with if they do decide to make moves here. And it doesn't feel like any of your cores are ready to go, right? Like, you are needing initial build-up in Beastmaster and SF. You're definitely not going to drag Dong around too early as well. So you've got a timing issue where LRNR is just ready to go. They've got the stable foundations to go with. They don't need as much farm as well.
What is this? What the hell? All right, well, he denied the illusion rune, I guess. Good job. Yeah, he saw the 2 heroes there and we're just like, you know what? My life for the illusion rune. This is worth. Credit to you, Aya. Credit to you.
Yeah,
I mean, he thought he could turn it back, but he could not.
Yeah, and the runes mean a lot for Han to just maintain that spam. He's already behind in the lane, so he needs every little advantage he can get. And we saw in the last game, Supernova were right on top in rune control.
Yeah, and this is a really awkward thing about the top lane now, right? Like, honestly, this all stems back from that really early misplay where he went for the chains too early, and now you just have a point in chains. It lasts for 1.5 seconds. Each commander does not care about that at all, so... And now you're missing a point in Flame Guard. Like, Flame Guard from level 1 to 2 is absolutely insane. Goes from 85 to 190 damage absorb. 10 extra DPS is kind of minor point, but it's a big difference. And I think, Dong is definitely having some regrets in this top lane, I would say. It's really tough for him now.
You can't farm as much as you'd want to. He's still going to hit this phase boots timing well, but the LC just hits so much harder. And it's not going to come
great versus melee heroes, right? Oh, mid lane, they managed to get the stun out onto Chola, and that's going to be an easy kill for D-Stones.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, and now you can kind of open the shove in mid. You don't have points in the Edict, so it's not like you're going to commit too hard for the push. But to keep that aggression going.
No, it just does not stop right now, dude. Like, Lonely Rock and Roll are just on it. They are finding kills left, right, and center. 6 kills already in 8 minutes into the game. This is a complete reversal from last game.
Yeah, they're kicking it into gear. They've actually got way more play in comparison to the side of Supernova. Dong?
No way he dies here. No way. He's got to outplay it, but they've got duel. They got the level 6 on the Legion Commander. No escape. That means Dong is dead, and quadruple wise, sorry, just going to be able to get himself out of there. Easy peasy. This is
no
way
worries.
too good of a start for a Legion.
it's too much coming out. Like a free duel win, the TP out from Sheep just not having that lift on hand, so he had no save. Your Ember pretty hard shutdown on that safe lane this time for Dong. So quite the reversal from the last time we saw him play this. And now they're just ready to run around with the IO Lesh. Like these stones, he has that 1 point in the Edict, not massive, but more than enough to apply some laning pressure now as well. Apply a little bit of push, and they're hunting here.
They certainly are. They certainly are. Yeah, trying to run down Sheep. This feels aggressive, but do they care? No, they do not. Jesus. Diving with tier 2s at 9 minutes into the game. This is
big hand.
the rock and roll way. TP's down to bottom. They want to try and keep their Monkey King alive. They come in immediately using out the pressing attack. They'll try to go for the Wukong command. He does get it out, but the Roar is there. Chen trying to get himself away. Why? Looking for the duel. Is going to find it, and this is going to be damage load number 2 as he hits 20.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, though, Han is actually going to be able to take the mid tower by the looks of it. They have a fortify? They do not. This is big, honestly.
It's a blessing in disguise coming out for Supernova. And you're still making some sacrifices to get that move. Gone, your top tower kind of falls. You kind of wanted to transition to a push down bot after taking a fight. The TPs are on point from LRNR. So you're still all right in map control. You're slightly favored, in fact, with a mid being taken, but it doesn't feel like you're in a position here from Supernova to really use that mid advantage here.
Oh, Hazer actually denied that by the Easterns. Didn't think he could get to it in time, and he might be right as they now try to get on hand. If Han dies here, this is their big hero they need to come online this game, and actually they will be able to keep him alive, and not only that, but get him an assist in the process as well as when Hell goes down, and Han just goes straight back to farm in his middle lane. So SF just doesn't seem to be in the same game as the rest of his team. He's just owning. He's having a great time.
And he's the only hero to come out pretty all right in these lanes. Slightly behind in comparison to D-Stones, but not by much. He has his Dragonlance coming through. So he's got more durability, a little bit more reach as well with right clicks. And he can kind of start playing aggressively if they see that setup come out. LRNR do have the tools on hand, though, like full blade mail up for YYYY, more output, more protection. He can kind of turn that burst damage on the SF against him now as well if Han is not careful. Han is trying to rotate down bot. They know they need to take this bot tier 1 to really maximize that mid tier 1 take. So they'll try to get that push going. They might find a support kill for their troubles, but too speedy.
This feels risky. I mean, they have the global silence if they do try to relocate in, but if they use it too early, then it is always an option for the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. And yeah, Supernova, they're not going to make any crazy plays here. They'll just defend their tower and do it the old-fashioned way. I was worried they were going to go for some crazy, like, tier 1 dive with their Dragonlance Shadow Fiend. Like, yes, your Shadow Fiend's had an awesome start to the game, but it's not a hero, and not a build at least, that you can really kind of force too hard.
Yeah,
you something though.
They're still grouped up, and they have the Dominator creep, so they can go for a steady push, but there's enough here to defend for the side of LRNR. Like, they've got the Tombstone that they could drop as well.
Ooh, that's some heavy damage. That's some really heavy damage. The Global Silence is not going to be there to cancel out the relocate in, and that's going to cost them heavily, as Han is going to fall, and now there is nothing to protect these heroes as they just come hurtling in here. D-Stones, he's just dishing out the damage. Big cans there as well, and they will take down 2. Huge mistake there from the Silence, and not to cancel out that relocate. That is unforgivable, John.
Now, that's surprising. Like, they let out this dual win as well onto the LC one more time. So you've got 30 dual damage coming out here for YYYY.
Shush.
You run aggressively on Han, but his team doesn't fully back him up there as well. Like, if they had a little bit more output in that fight, you could have taken the dual win at the least before dying. And you wouldn't feel as bad about that trade. They'll still force the issue out. They're heading down bot once more. They really need this bot tier 1 gone, but it almost feels like they're bashing their heads against the wall. At the least, there's not as many heroes down there. Big Can does not have a TP. You do have D-Stones kind of ready with his TP, and relocate's half a minute away.
It's yeah. I mean, it cost them a pretty big fight, but they get this bottom tier 1 tower. I mean, credit to Han as well. Like a lot of players would just kind of go like, "Oh, bad fight. You know, I'm gonna go farm up a BKB," but he still recognizes that he's got a timing to do a bit of damage here, and that's exactly what happens. It's over towards mid. Big Can is just scouting away on the trees, actually looking for Chola here. I mean, this is interesting because he doesn't have Boundless Strike. I think he didn't keep an eye on his timings, or maybe was expecting a stun from someone else. I'm not sure, but either way, no Boundless, no stun, no kill. Wukong's wasted. Bit awkward. And there might get more awkward now. Actually, Zizo's jumping in, but there comes Wenhao healing him up and getting him out. The relocate is there, and they will keep him alive. And actually, why coming in from the sidelines, going straight for the Shadow Fiend. He is locked onto a diamond. He's the one who dies. Oh, the Shadow Fiend gets the dual victory damage. I am so shocked that happened, as Dong needs to get himself away. Deestone's trying to chase him down, won't be able to connect here, and the Global Silence actually coming down. That's going to keep him healthy for the time being. He does not have the Pulse Nova going. That's a real opportunity now, actually, for Supernova to just come in and clean up. One more hero, it's all that's left on the side of Lonely Rock and Roll, and it is a Monkey King, so he's going to be able to jump himself to the trees for safety. But holy crap, they actually did it.
That equalizes this game in a big way for the side of Supernova. Like, that's a lot of kills to bleed out. And again, you're finding... I mean, your SF is dying, but at least he's getting the dual wins. SF is a hero that actually uses that additional damage in a huge way once he has that value point in the presence of the Dark Lord up.
Yeah, I really want to watch back this duel. I think the Blade Mail just ran out as the last hit came through, and then there was a Fade Bolt coming in from the side. Let's see here. So jump in. Oh... Oh, what health was he on? What health was that Shadow Fiend on?
Yeah, it's pretty damn low to get that tick off.
Twitch chat, let me know. Come on, guys.
It works out. It works out in a big way.
This is how you pay for the free content, okay? You help out the casters.
Yeah, pretty much. And, well, I mean, Supernova, they're not going to be asking those questions. You know, you win by 1 HP or 100 HP, doesn't matter. A win's a win in that duel for you.
Yeah, outskilled.
The hand's more than satisfied. Yeah, completely outskilled, of course.
And
that did interrupt the Requiem. Han.
Oh, there's a lot coming in right now. They don't have the Global Silence to stop this happening, and this might just be a down. Oh, he actually turns around. Requiem comes through. That is way too much damage. He gets a triple kill from it. Oh no, it's all going wrong for the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. Ultra kill for Han. Give him the rampage. He's gonna get it. Whoa, no. It couldn't have gone worse. We talked about getting outskilled.
Bloody sheep in a split earth. He just gave that opening. Like, he was in the right spot to help break that, and with the DD running, they're going to be able to take Roche.
Give me that
even
replay.
Without this HP. That is insane. Look at that stun. That bloody stun.
Oh my god. Sheep God does it again. I mean, yeah, huge assist out from the Rubik, but... Oh... I mean, they've taken ages, so don't worry about what's going live. It doesn't matter. We just want to watch that rampage again. The 15-minute rampage coming out from Han there, you don't see that very often. That is special.
You get a bottle refill on a regen as well. Off the back of that Roshan, he's just ready to go once more. His BKB still fresh at 9 seconds. Like Supernova, I mean, they actually legitimately are outplaying LRNR at this point. Like, that was a complete outplay. Good positioning, great spell stolen by Sheep, maximizes it in that fight. And, goddamn, like, all of a sudden, Han is 2k above D-Stones and Big Can. Nova, Dong's managed to catch up, Chen's right in the tail of these cores. Like, after a pretty atrocious start for Supernova, they're back in this game. And this is where it's a bit concerning for LRNR, right? You hit your Bloodstone timing in D-Stones. It's actually not felt impactful at all for D-Stones in the middle of these fights. And when these BKBs are done, I mean, you're not going to get as much value out from trying to sap and stay alive in the middle. You're still relying more on your IO to boost you up here.
Yeah, he has to be like doing more. I mean, it's hard because, yeah, I don't know. You relocating in like that really limits how you can play the game on the IO. You know, that Requiem comes through and you're just stuck. So you need to like stay out and then jump in with a tether and mech up like that, or get the save with the reload. I don't think reloading in was ever really an option in this game. Maybe that could be the lesson they've learned from this. I'm not too sure, honestly. just crazy though. I mean, again, like if Sheep wasn't there though, none of this happens. But Sheep just somehow was just in the river with a splitter. Like,
Radiant's bottom
I'm just enjoying the Han and Sheep show. You know, I'm here for
Yeah.
it.
is under attack.
Yeah. You know, he's no llama, but he's doing the job just right here. No problems for
Dire's
Sheep.
middle tower is under
And the side of Supernova, I mean, you're going to hit these really good item timings. Like, Dong is holding on to 3k gold in the inventory. Probably just thinking he had the Shivas queued up earlier, but probably considering the BKB first, which I wouldn't fault him for. Now, Han just straight into that Daedalus. He just wants to kill everyone that much faster. And he'll just go for the pushes, so...
Bye.
Oh, Bocce.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, Boshi, the
Are fortified.
the signature hero on the side of Lonely Rock and Roll, getting boxed up pretty hard.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
I mean, the name of the enemy is Bocce the Rock. Bocce doesn't quite feel like a rock here.
attack.
Doesn't feel like he's rocking and rolling either at this game just yet. So we'll have to see if they can kind of
No.
get rolling back into this game. They've got the Echo Saber
It's a very
BKB up
soft
and
rock.
running. Very soft rock. Not too difficult to break through at all. Maybe something like pumice. That's pretty soft.
Oh, yeah, or yeah. What a soft rock, pumice. I think is limestone quite? No, I think limestone's quite tough.
I think it is. Like lime, chalk lime is
Oh yeah,
technically
sure,
a rock,
sure.
right?
There we go.
So
we'll
that's
go for
soft.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Well, tough times for the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. And this is a bad one, you know. Last game, you're like, okay, you know, we messed up the draft a little bit. Is what it is. This game, you came out great in the lanes, and all of a sudden you give the SF a rampage, and now you feel like a bunch of silly billies.
Yeah. It was a pretty decent lead early on. You had good lanes coming out, and then you just can't capitalize on it the same way that Supernova does. They punish you really well.
Radiant's top tower.
They take objectives so fast. They've got the full Shiva's guard for Dong, so he does decide to go that route instead,
Radiant's top tower
feeling that the BKB is probably not necessary here. And he doesn't even really care about the magic damage. The only thing you're worried about is the control. And I guess when it comes down to it, Duel's the ultimate control from YYYY, and the BKB won't save you from that, so you don't need much. They take the tier 2 no contest. Like, LRNR is just bleeding out these objectives. You're recognizing they can't fight into the Aegis, but there's only half a minute left. At some point, LRNR will have to try to make a play. You know, they've got to take that risk.
Yeah, you don't need this Ember Spirit to be the big carry here. You know, don't build like you know, crits and Daedalus or anything like that. You've got Han. So he's happy to just go for these multi-utility builds and enable his Shadow Fiend and put his faith in Han. And so far, there has been no reason not to do that. Han has been a beast. Beautiful
He has
stuff.
And his Daedalus is almost done here as well. 480 gold away. So his output's just going to skyrocket at that point forward. He has his level 15 talent, so the push goes a lot faster. The side of LRNR, I mean, they've got everything they could possibly ask for at this point. The next step is a pipe for Chen, mitigating a lot of that output you're relying on from D-Stones quite a fair bit. You need so much more, it feels like, on Big Can to be impactful, right? Like the difference in our Monkey King from Dong last game and Big Can this game is massive. Like we saw Dong hit this really fast Radiance timing last time into the BKB. He had a lot of impact. For Big Can, he goes for the Echo Saber. He wants to be active, and when you're not
Yeah.
able to find those kills, it feels like you fall behind so fast in the Monkey.
Yeah, you go for this build and you trade off like farming potential and turn for killing potential, and then you just get blown up by a Shadow Fiend like this, and now you feel really bad. Oh dear, now they jump forward for more. In jumps Dong, getting 2 heroes locked on down here. The Global Silence comes out just to ensure this IO pickoff. They'll move towards Boshi as well. Boshi is gone. Absolutely clapped. The Supernova secure themselves 3 easy peasy kills. And then they can do what they want. They can keep securing the map. They can lock down Lonely Rock and Roll inside their base and wait for Roshan. They can even maybe start hammering on the high ground a bit. The floor is yours.
Yeah, it's open, and they're probably just not going to stop. I mean, you've got the 15 talent. You can melt through these objectives fairly fast with that minus armor. No reason to really back off. LRNR, it felt like we needed to see more activity with the relocates with D-Stones and our IO, but it felt like after that one play up top, they just haven't tried to do it again. They don't have map control. They don't have vision control with the Hawks flying out everywhere. They'll try for the smoke out. They do have the blink duel ready on YYYY. They've got another way of initiating here.
God, I just remembered how good a game YYYY was having earlier, and how we were all like, "Oh, the redemption arc, you know, this is his chance. He's gonna own this game. He's got 30 dual damage in like 15 minutes, and now this hit a brick wall."
It's just kind of the nature of the LC. It feels like once you stumble a little bit, you lose that momentum. Then it can be a bit of a struggle to find those dual wins again. Like with a blade mail, does feel definitely still possible. Like you jump Han, he can still melt to the blade mail duel coming out as long as he's isolated. The issue is you're not finding Han isolated anymore. Like he is closer to his team. It's easier for them to punish any sort of duel or relocate plays that comes out from LRNR.
I mean, and the Shiva's got
Supernova
as
just
well,
smokes
right?
again.
Like, makes it really, really hard to get these kills inside duel if you don't have BKB going. It's a huge problem.
Yeah, it's just hard to pin anyone down and feel secure in these fights. Smoke from Supernova doesn't? Well, it might actually line up now.
I don't know, Sheep's flying, Sheep's looking, Sheep's finding, but the BKB is there, but oh my god, Undying just gets completely smacked in the face by a hand. Daedalus just two-shots the poor guy. Unlucky, bro.
That is Global Silence down at the least.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
maybe LRNR
it was
feels
a good,
a little
it
bit
was
more
a good
secure in a
trade.
high ground fight.
Yeah. 1,550 physical damage dealt and 2 right clicks from the Shadow Fiend there. Feels okay. And now the Undying saying thanks for giving him the dual victory damage. Stupid YYYY. That'd have been fine there if it wasn't for that. The extra 20 damage really made the difference. Yeah, kind of a shame they're not trying to contest this. Like, I understand it, but I feel like this is your last chance. You know, they've used global. Maybe you can try something, but they're going to try and leave it to a high ground fight instead. It is what it is, I suppose. Oh, here they go. They're going to be able to find the duel into the Ruby. This should be an easy kill. So they will be able to pick up the duel, but look at the damage coming through into the left track. Io trying to keep him alive. He can heal him up a bit, but not nearly, or maybe enough, actually. D-Stone still alive for now. But no, Han just 4-stars forwards. Doesn't even need to save it for defensive use with the Aegis and can bring him down. Now, Big Can, he needs to be a fast can and roll himself out of here. Meanwhile, decorative Wukong's command, maybe a celebratory one thrown out by Sheep here. Looks very nice. Well done.
Yeah. That range Wukong is fairly annoying to deal with. Doesn't really have an impact there, but eventually, you know, if you hold on to it long enough,
You
it
gotta
can feel good.
maybe get yourself some gloves of haste or something.
And they definitely can't stop this high ground. They take the melee racks mid, they're going to go run down bot. They don't even bother with the range racks, as they know they can just come back to that later. Oh,
Oh, they're gonna go
That's
for the
a big
duel.
one.
They're gonna find it. Global being used there, not for the respawn. Okay, well, let's see how it works out for them. Han is back, and he's gonna be able to slap down this Io with ease. And well, they are not slowing down the side of Supernova. They're gonna try and pump the brakes a little bit now, but the shot is there from Sheep, and now in comes Requiem. The damage through onto YYYY, and they're gonna be able to take him down. And now Han just gets back to work on those barracks. He knows what he wants, and it is objectives, and they're going to be able to find it. Another lane going their way. And in fact, look at this. They're just walking up the high ground. No respect being shown to Lonely Rock and Roll whatsoever. D-Stone tries to throw some lightning their way, but they're just looking for the final lane of barracks here. Han just striding up to them, just swaggering over. You're not going to stop the Swagger Fiend at this rate. They are going to jump in, though, with the BKB and with the Bloodstone being popped. They are going to heal him up pretty damn nicely here. The mech is on cooldown, but D-Stones, he's living through it for now, but not long enough. Han does kill him when that Bloodstone runs out. Now looks over towards Boshi as well. Boshi's just being boxed up. They do have the duel. Do they have the damage? They need a little bit more, and they are going to find it. They'll both go down. Han and YYYY go down together. But if I die, you go down with me, says the Legion Commander, and now they're going to look for this opening here. Sheep is going to fall. They're going to look for more. more. Can they catch the Ember Spirit? Seems unlikely. He's still got quite a lot left in the tank, and he can juke left, right, and center to catch up this Monkey. Monkey won't have anything left to keep chasing this one, so they'll leave it at that, but the damage to their base is severe.
Yeah, it's 2 racks down. They hold on LRNR, and they find some openings, you know. Again, the dual blade mail on an isolated SF, it still does a ton of output. You can get the punishment on. You're suddenly at 114 damage here for YYYY as well. So that singular control is still effective, but the side of Supernova is still really far ahead. For LRNR, they still haven't even taken this mid-tier 1, and they're not able to just collapse and run onto that objective, even after that win. They're just not able to. So it still feels like for LRNR to bounce back into this game, they'll have to win at least 3 fights in a row. Feels like maybe 2, if there's like a Roshan right next to one of those fights. Yeah, if there's a Roche after the second fight, then you take Roche, you can probably equalize the map a little bit, at least take a Rax, take a tier 2 into Rax. Maybe.
Getting
in a very ideal scenario. Yeah, like it has to be really 2 clean fights from them, like no losses. But it's hard to see that one.
I mean, one big pickup here for Han is definitely the Satanic, which is going to make killing him off inside that duel a lot harder. And he's going for a Sanj to follow up after that as well. So, yeah, really committing towards this whole status resistance thing. Recognizing that the one way that he can lose this game is if he gets dueled every single fight and just itemiting appropriately. You'll have to see it. And now they start the fight once again. They're going to be able to get the quick pick off onto the Io. That is a big one. And he doesn't actually have buyback here. They will get the duel out onto the Silencer though. So they get that one turnaround at least. But look at them. He's just dancing around this fight right now. Not really too concerned, especially with Zio out of the equation. But Chen might have taken a step too far forward here. Raw instantly purged off by the press the attack as Han trying to set up on the high ground of the Requiem. That's not going to happen though, as D-Stones turns around with a stun back onto Han, and these shards are being very annoying as well. They kind of need to move the fight here. As Big Can kind of being juked around a little bit. Dong is just playing around this fight. He's having a great time. This might be actually his as they look over towards D-Stones now as well. Chains are up in 1 second, but she might just go down to the Legion Commander, but Han's here. He's got the Satanic as well just to keep on healing up through all of that damage, and that will be the end. 1 fight is all it takes for Supernova to finish this one off, force out the GG, and force out a pretty damn decent 2-0 as well in this series, and that is going to keep them, their contention for Division 1 still very much alive, and look at this team, it means a lot.
Yeah, it means a lot. They've played their hearts out, they play a really clean series coming up. For LRNR, it was the same circumstance for them. If they got the 2-0, they'd still be in the running. Now, they're in the danger zone. Like, that's how even China Div 2 is right now. Like, all these teams at 2-3, 1 loss drags them down into the bottom half where there's still a chance for you to get relegated out. And for LRNR, that's where they stand right now. For Supernova, again, an amazing game. They execute well. A bit of a slower start coming out from them. You know, LRNR did manage to get stronger lanes coming out, and they did hit a really good stride earlier on this game. Their lanes just felt a lot better. We expected more aggression out from the Lush, but it was really that one big fight on like the top jungle, I think, that made it so that LRNR just weren't going to try the relocates anymore. Like after that failed attempt and a rampage for Han, they just stopped. And they understood that maybe we can't pull this move off anymore. You know, we've got to respect that output. And well, when you play a slower pace with the Lush, it just feels like you're surrendering way too much farm, way too much build-up on the opposing side.
Yeah, and that build-up just came to an absolute crescendo as well. But yeah, I think there needs to be like a strong reflection about like decision making at critical moments in the game here for the side of LRNR as well. Like some of these things were kind of unforgivable. You know, there was like this global attempts where they didn't use a global silence down at bottom, and then that allowed them to get the reload in. It just kind of it's I don't know, man. It looked a little bit awkward when it came down to execution. You know, like you can't rely on that sort of thing happening for you every time. And you're basically just expecting certain things to happen in these fights with this draft. You know, you're just kind of relying so much on the Legion Commander to just run in and get way too much done on a hero, which ultimately, you know, you want to be more of a side character than the main character.
Yeah. You didn't want to be fully into frontline. It felt like it's just too much to pin onto why. Supernova, again, really good execution. I would say Sheep is deserving of having MVP once more. I think his Rubik was just amazing in this game again. I mean, he gave Han
John,
the rampage.
Han got a
But it's done.
I don't. Yeah, but
Yeah, but Sheep set up for it, right? Like he had big stolen spots. Okay, Han is worthy of it as well. I wouldn't mind it on Han either.
I'm going to make a case for Han getting the MVP here. My guy did 35k hero damage in a game, which lasted 30 minutes. You know, he was owning. Oh, what the hell, production? All right, production is 4 players confirmed.
Nah, yeah. I mean, come on. Like Sheep set up for that rampage. You know, he would have died. Han would have died in the saddest way if it wasn't for that stun out from Sheep.
How much you paying
that
them,
was
John?
the reality.
How much production? I'll double whatever John's paying you.
No,
Change it back.
you can't match it. You can't match it because you can't buy a fellow support's feelings. You know,
That's true. You
That
guys don't
our
care about
unity
money.
stands.
You
Yeah, it's
guys
not
don't
about
care
the money.
about
It's about standing up for the poor supports. And Sheep had a fantastic run. And overall, Supernova had a really fantastic game. I think that's the cleanest I've seen them so far, up against a rather even opponent. So again, in the running for Div 1, feeling good. They have to depend on one of our top 3 teams, either Cactus or Team Bright, dropping a series, but or actually
Seems
both of them
likely.
dropping a series. So we'll see if that does happen as we can take a look at that standing. Again, Bright, Cactus, those are the 2 teams that are not secure in number 1 right now. Piggy Killer isn't secure as well, but after their performance, it kind of is a shoe.
Yeah. It's logically secured, I would say, or maybe like predictively secured. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they play out their remaining games. Maybe the patch changes things a little bit more than we were expecting. But yeah, we'll see which way it's able to go. And of course, you want to be looking at adaptability and innovation here for those post-patch games. But for today, we've got one more pre-patch game coming out. Hopefully, the last pre-patch game off the China DPC, which is going to be Poke Gaming versus IG Vitality, and it really is do or die time for IG Vitality.
Yeah, this team has just been really rocky in the DPC. They did manage to beat Meteor in a fairly convincing 2-0. I think Poke is kind of on the same level as Meteor almost, right? Like these 2 teams, both from the previous Div 2 tour, just not having the best of times either. So if IGV maintain that improvement, I think they can do it against Poke, but whether or not they will is the question, because IGV is just not consistent enough to feel safe on. So we'll see. They're not exactly locked in for the bottom 2 yet, although logically speaking, you would think so. But if they keep winning, there's a chance they actually pull themselves out of relegation. So do or die for them as well.
Yeah, this is kind of the last chance to really kind of make an effort. If they get another loss here, then it just becomes pretty much impossible for them to get out. So IG Vitality, they have been getting wins, but it's time to put them together, get yourself a series. Can they do it? We'll be finding out after this short break.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that very short 1 hour and 15-minute break as we get into our next series of the day. It is Poke Gaming versus IG Vitality, aka the patch waiting room. Young Jonathan, how are you doing? And are you excited for this matchup?
Yeah, I'm really excited. This is a big one for both sides, right? Look, Poke is sitting at 2-3, IGV at 1-4. So if IGV wins here, they're going to drag Poke down to their level, force out a three-way tie for the bottom two between Poke, LRNR, and IGV, assuming things hold even in their next few series. So this is like do or die now for IGV. They still have a shot after. They still have one more series after this one. But if you can get, if you can get yourself in a good spot here now, why not do that? You only have so many matches left. You don't want to leave it the chance for your last series where even then it might get a little bit risky in terms of trying to pull up because you're facing up against LRNR next for IGV, who is also down there in the bottom. So even if you beat LRNR, you haven't dragged anyone down yet to force a tiebreaker. So do or die for IGV, for Poke as well, of course, if they want to stay in and even dream of hitting Div 1, which is still somewhat feasible with how it's standing.
Yeah, it's very feasible for Poke, right? Like, they're one of the 2 and 3 squads, like not the most favored to do it, but still a possibility. But yeah, I mean, despite their position on the leaderboards here, it is still dead even when it comes to odds, 1.89 for both teams, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, everyone's expecting this to be a very, very even series. I mean, let's start things off by talking about Poke Gaming, because obviously there's a lot to talk about with this team. They've been around for a while, they're one of the ones who survived the purge, and these guys, they have been struggling to find their identity, I would say.
Yeah, it's been a little bit tough going for them. Like, having small KK in full-time has sort of improved them, at least early on it did feel that way, but it just feels like it's been a struggle to kind of get their playstyle going up against some other teams. In some games, they look promising. They've had some series go 3 games. They've managed to get some solid games out as well, and in their wins they look pretty convincing, but it's just not consistent enough, which I think is a persistent issue here in Div 2. Just consistency isn't quite there for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I've always liked it when this team have, prioritized Lonfo, and, especially when you get him a late pick as well. They seem to do pretty nicely. We've had a few, last pick lifestealers from them, which have looked really good. So if you can get him in that good matchup, then this team does look pretty promising. But yeah, when they go down the different routes of trying to prioritize mid or offlane or something like that, then I think it falls apart pretty quickly. So that's something I'm definitely looking at for this team, to try and put Lonfo in a good position, and then everybody else just kind of, it's the 4+1 strategy, right? Where the one player kind of plays alone. I think that always looks really good, especially for this team who have just this way of playing. And I think there's potential. I really do think there's potential in this team, and I would like to see them pull it together here. But then I also want to see IG Vitality put it together, because I don't think these guys deserve to be 1-4, John.
Yeah, they've been looking solid. Honestly, I've been really impressed when we watch Ukio. I think he does a fantastic job in his +1, probably the shining player here for IGV, but everyone else kind of keeps up. And it's been solid. Again, it's a consistency issue for them, because when they look good, they look convincingly good. But in games where they're off, it's just like, what's happening here? It doesn't feel like they're playing together as a team. It's not like they're executing on their drafts. I think overall, IGV's drafts have been pretty damn solid as well. So it's not like they have an issue finding what they want in these games. It's just sometimes they get outplayed. Sometimes they can't meet their own potential with lineup, and they just don't execute on top of it. Yeah,
and that does cost you, especially when the Div 2 has been, this exciting and this kind of tense between these teams. It is very close here in the China region, so you need to pull it together. You need to find that consistency. I think that's a key word here for IG Vitality. They always take the wins, but if they can just make it stick, I think this team again has a lot of potential. And yeah, I'm looking to see that from them today as we moved into the draft for this series. Game number 1 now on the cards. And we talked a lot about anime last series. I think we need to do it again, because we've got Aaron on the side of Poke Gaming. I don't know if it is an Attack on Titan reference, but could very well be. And then we have on IG Vitality Totoro, a very classic Ghibli reference there. I'm sure of that one at least. Yeah. So I respect it. Those are very respectable animes, in my opinion, John. Those aren't some weird, whatever, underground waifu animes like we had last time.
Hey, Bocce's not a waifu anime. It's a legitimate cutesy anime. You should try the difference, but I hear it's really good. There's one thing I'd like to point out as well. We are blessed with Killa's full face for some reason today. He's not hiding his lower half as he tends to do. Like even last tour, he was very consistent with not showing his full power, but he's bringing out his full power today. You know, he's got the full cams on. And we also have the drafts going on with the initial ban outs here. Doom, Broodmother being taken out by IGV. Death Prophet and NP being taken out by Poke, and they pick up the Disruptor. So, Disruptor slides through. A stable pick, you know. Probably one of the heroes that we see touched up in our big patch, which is exciting.
I think so, yeah. Maybe do something about Glimpse. I mean, did Glimpse ever need to do damage? Is that something that was necessary to add to the game? I'm not sure. I think we're looking at that one and thinking maybe that was a step too far, Mr. Frog. But who am I to judge the almighty Frosty Toad? I do not judge. I simply bear witness.
Yeah. What would you like to see changed up in the patch yourself, Nomad? Any heroes that you want to slide back in that have been ignored?
I would like to see Enchantress become an even better core hero. That's what I want to see. In fact, I don't want to see. I think she's already really, really good, strong as a core hero. I think people just need to start playing it. So. No, maybe, I don't know, who do we not really see so much recently? I'd like to see Meepo getting a bit of playback. It was always fun when you got like, it was like, oh my god, they found it, the Meepo game. And then in this patch, it's just like, oh my god, it's a perfect Meepo game. They're going to do it. And then they do it and they lose anyway because Meepo's just that shit.
Yeah, we've seen a few teams pick it up. I think Execration were really fond of it in the DPC and in Dream League.
Yeah,
They're the only odd ones
as well.
Yeah, Scam every now and again, although to less success in Southeast Asia. Geek Slate did not do good, but Execration were finding success with Palace, so maybe just a little tweak up and it comes back in. It's been looking good there, at the least, but yeah, overall the hero's just kind of dead. So
very dead.
Maybe we see Meepo back. I would prefer not to. I'm very happy with not seeing Meepo players in my pubs. It's one of those things where you don't notice they're gone until they're back, and then you're like, oh right, these guys exist. Yeah, they're playing Meepo again. Yeah. Great.
And who's having zero in is my question.
I'm not sure. That's going to be an interesting one. Maybe it's a new hero. No, that would be a big one. Zero brain hero coming in.
Yeah,
I'd love that.
Yeah. Phoenix maybe, because I remember back in the day, Phoenix used to be like much more based on, you know, the health being taken rather than the int being used as like a kind of resource. I don't know if that was Dota 1 or not, but could be interesting. Could be interesting.
It would be, I think, for Phoenix to not have int. That kind of,
I can see it.
Makes a couple of build-ups rough, I suppose, but yeah, it could work. And maybe a new hero dynamic. I would love to see that. That would be very, very interesting. I mean, this draft isn't that different. You know, you have
this draft is boring, John. Let's not beat around the bush.
I mean, it's the same old, right? Yeah. Like it's Monkey King again.
We
it's
literally
Rubik,
last game,
it's
basically.
Beastmaster, pretty much. Outside of the Disruptor, it's all kind of same-ish. So, yeah, it's just down to execution. We'll see. Maybe something spicy comes out. Maybe we get a little bit of a flex coming out. Again, Killa's full power is being shown. Okay, no, he's back into his classic half-head shot.
Yeah, get back down there.
If any at all. Yeah,
those lurking eyes.
I don't know. I love Killa's camera because for some reason he always goes that route. Like he's so close, and it's like if he sits back in a proper posture, like yes, you can see him, but we don't do proper posture
He's a gamer.
here. We're gamers. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tax going for the intimidation pose. You know, I like it when people have like a nice low webcam. You know, looking up at them makes them really look mighty and looking down on the plebs. I respect that a lot. Yeah. It's a power play.
I mean, his name is Tax, right? Like, that is what Tax is.
Yeah,
it's
who names
looking down
themselves?
on you.
I guess it's kind of smart, actually. Something everybody hates. Just name yourself something awful. Maybe
it's
not too awful.
Something that's consistent in life, right?
Yeah, life, death and taxes.
Yeah, that's it.
Birth, death, and taxes, I believe it is, yeah. Meanwhile, Aaron looking like the true anime protagonist. Good job, good job. Sticking to the name. I respect it.
Yeah. I always get mildly confused when players have earphones and headphones on top. Like, he's got earphones in, and he's got headphones right at the bottom. Maybe using the microphone. Like, it always confuses me a little bit. In Lance, it makes sense because, you know, sometimes they give you noise-canceling headsets, which are like, all right. But at home or in your boot camp, It always strikes me a bit weird. Like, wouldn't the weight in your neck be annoying at some point?
I don't know. My guy just wants to hear everything.
All the hearing
Yeah.
amplified up.
Dire team
Maybe he's just very bad at. Maybe he's got bad hearing and he needs it. Maybe
Perhaps.
Dire team
maybe he's deaf. Maybe his teammates shouted at him that much.
For some reason, I did try putting on my wireless earbuds with pass-through onto my head while wearing my headphones, and it actually works. It's dumb, but it works.
Good to know.
So-
Good to know. It does. Okay.
It's pretty dumb. IGV, they pick up the
That's the
Ember.
point.
That's not so dumb.
I never checked Big Can's last draft to see if he actually had big cans, if he had big headphones on.
Right?
Should have
Trying to
checked.
recall. I don't think he did. He didn't have the biggest cans I've seen. Not
That's
quite.
no, we know who has the biggest pans.
5 seconds.
Who is it? I think it's Echo.
Radiant
I think
team
Echo has
Echo's
like
got the biggest ones?
Echo. I think he has like these ridiculously oversized ones. They look like microwaves on his head, and like he told us a story about it where his coach was like he needed new headphones. His coach was like, oh, don't worry, just trust me, I'll get you the best headphones you can possibly buy, and just went to like the whatever they call them, like the markets in China, you know, where you can buy like basically knockoff gear like really cheap. And he just bought him like the most biggest, ugliest, like for light up, like they literally like microwaves on the side of his head. They're so ridiculous. And he was like, "Yep." He just he gave me these and said, "These are the best headphones you can possibly buy. Don't worry, you don't have to pay me for it. I'm just a great coach." That's how it goes. But anyway, back to this draft. We do have some interesting stuff going on. We have the Morphling Mirana coming out from Poke through the middle phase here, which is kind of cool. I like this Morphling. It's an interesting point to pick it up in the draft, but I'm thinking it makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, I think it has pretty good core-to-core matchups. You don't necessarily see the offlane from IGV. IGV can still flex the Ember and the Monkey around from mid and safe lane. Even a support Monkey might be able to slide through here if IGV really feel cheeky and maybe run something like a Rubik Monkey King support duo, which is maybe a bit greedy, but certainly a possibility. I think for Poke taking the Mirana, it's a pretty good deny pick from IGV as well, because they already have the Ember. So you don't want to have to deal with Ember Mirana. Chain's arrow combination's always steady. So you just kind of take that away from them. You don't have the same sort of lineup from Poke. Maybe Roar Arrow, which is a longer cooldown to play with, and you have to wait for level 6. But once it's up and running, it actually does feel pretty good. So I do like that coming out from Poke. From IGV though, into the Night Stalker. So that should be, on the off lane, maybe even a pos 1. I don't know if you really want to lane that into the Beastmaster. That still sounds pretty rough, but you've got the timing to deal with Beastmaster. Just pick up your shard, and you can just keep devouring the big creep that he'll try to take. So you have a steady solution to that creep army that Poke will want to try to bring out for Killa here.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's kind of interesting that IGV have like shown all 3 of their cores already. I think especially picking up the Ember as the 3rd pick was kind of sus in my opinion. I mean, unless it's Monkey King as a support, which maybe it will be, just because I don't think they would have shown 2 cores in the first 3 picks when you're on second pick like this, because basically just gives this Morphling pick to Poke. So Morphling is good against Monkey King and it's good against Ember. So I have a feeling that there's one more pick coming out from IGV, which is going to be a core. And it looks like Poke agree with me. They've banned out the Enigma, they've banned out the Timbersaw. Final pick now for Poke. They are looking for a mid laner. It needs to be something brawly. It needs to be something frontliney. That is why they've banned out the DK and the Conker. They're thinking a big tanky boy to some of the front lines here. But what do Poke have in store? Still, Storm Spirit available if they want to go down that route. I wouldn't have thought so, but it's an option. Puck perhaps
Storm
could be good.
I'd prefer the Puck in this lineup. I think the Storm into Night Stalker can be a bit dicey, but so it can be dicey for the Puck as well. I think the Crippling Fear is just that annoying. They'll go with a punch for Poke. Okay, we've got some spice on hand. A small KK mid pudge. No, it should be a safe lane pudge for Lonfur and a mid Morphling. So the mid Morph, the matchup against Ember shouldn't be too bad. It's pretty manageable for the Morphling, so you can just farm up. You're the big scaler for the team. The Pudge is going to be tempo. The Beastmaster is going to be tempo. You don't really have burst on hand from IGV to kill him off. So the Pudge is going to be reliable up front. And once the aura play is in from your Beastmaster after his Dominator is up into the Overlord, then you've got a pretty sustainable team. You've got good team fight. You've got pretty good forms to turn into on the Morphling here. Like, turning into the Ember feels good. Turning into the Monkey King feels good. Even the Night Stalker can have some utility. So it's not that bad from Poke to switch that out. And IGV go with the Lycan offlane. So a rather interesting draft from IGV. They will run the safe lane Night Stalker for Ukiyo. And I don't know, like, I feel like that lane up against Killa should still be pretty alright for the Beastmaster. You can just fully go Boars this time. There's nothing stopping you early on. Your timing for the Night Stalker against Beastmaster is still like 15 minutes in with a shard. So for those first 15 minutes, you can still take some towers fast here on the side of Poke. For IGV, attacks can have impact in the off. I don't think you really bully out the Pudge too hard, especially by the time he has a value point in that flesh heap. But you have this weird late game timing where Ags could be a good pickup, because a flying wolf sounds pretty terrifying. A morbed up Night Stalker sounds pretty terrifying.
I mean, it does, but also we're looking at a triple melee core lineup against Pudge Morphling. I don't know, something, my monkey brain, my pleb brain just goes, this sucks. I think this sucks from IG Vitality, and I don't want it to, because, like, as you said, they've had solid drafts so far. They've always had a decent idea coming into the draft. It's just been, like, somewhat getting outmaneuvered where it's come into affect them, but I don't know. Am I wrong? Do they have the mobility, I guess is the question, to make this not suck? Like, do they have a way to, because I see this morph getting Scardy with like the waveform talent plus the Pudge getting eggs, and these heroes just won't be able to play the game into like the core to core matchups just look so terrible. Is there something I'm missing here?
It's a little bit rough. I'm just kind of getting shell-shocked by the game because it's teleporting me everywhere. I think I've got lag issues going in as I'm just constantly seeing the versus screen come out for me. It's just on loop. It's literally, I keep hearing the damn sound. All right, I'm fine.
All right, we'll leave you in your own little personal hell.
I would agree with you. I think Poke does have an easier time. Triple melee heroes into this lineup is fairly bad. It can be really annoying. That's why I feel like you might actually need that Ags just for the move speed, just so you can chase. Like, because all you have to chase is really right now your Ember, who can kind of poke from afar, somewhat. Even as a melee hero, he can kind of still poke and prod from distance. But triple melee, not into just these core matchups, but into Disruptor, I think, is your big issue later on. Like Static Storm, it's not going to be too hard to land it on 3 melee heroes.
Yeah.
So you're always going to be able to catch with the cores. It's going to be a little bit rough for IGV. I think what IGV has is tempo. Like, their lineup doesn't necessarily need too much farm. If Totoro can hold his mid, and you can get these early timings in Ukiyo, connect with the auras coming out from your off lane here, and then that's where the game can start to get online for IGV. Like, that 20-minute mark is when you should kind of get your advantage. If you don't, then the game just gets easier and easier for Poke as time goes on.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does. And there's some brutal timings, like if you just get this Ags, then maybe like a Shivas on the Pudge and a Scardy on the Morph. Oh, it sounds so hard to play the game. But maybe the Lycan Ags is going to be the big counter to that. You can't be slowed anymore, and then your melee hero feels like a ranged hero, or just doesn't have the typical disadvantages there. But I just feel rough. I kind of feel like it was a bit weird that IG were like, haha, we've got this Monkey King. They think we're being idiots and drafting loads of melee heroes as cores, but instead we're going to catch them with the last pick, and then they pick a melee hero as a core for the last pick. It's like, oh, okay. But no, it's as we said, like IGV, they generally have good ideas, and I'm excited to see what they do with this and what their actual concepts are. Meanwhile, small cake in the middle lane. I love the build. Tango into 5 iron branches. My man has so many iron branches. He better got an iron tree in his inventory.
Pretty much. Like, the stats are really helpful up against the Ember. You've got a little bit more leeway with your strength and your full Agimorph as well. So you can kind of just control the lane a little bit better in the first few levels. If things get dicey, you always have a tree to drop. Get up with the Tango, no problems. So it makes it a little bit more manageable. I'm taking a look up top right now with Ukyo on that Night Stalker, along with SJ and Rubik up against Eren and Killa on the Mirana and the Beastmaster. We do see the axes being picked up here by Killa as well. So not really going for the boar harassment melee matchup. I don't mind this too much. I feel like the axes have actually started coming back in most matchups. It just feels really solid to play with. Good source of damage coming through. And there's not much you can really do from IGV to stop it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, if you get the balls, then they can just like avoid and fade bolt them down. Obviously, you know, if you do that, then you've wasted 2 spells on just killing a boss, so still pretty good for Killer. So wouldn't have been a bad option, but this does seem to be, so far at least, the more favorable play. He's doing pretty damn well in this top lane.
He's managing that lane pretty well. You aren't finding the best start for Ukyo. At the same time, it's kind of to be expected. The Night Stalker just tends to be a glorified melee creep almost in lane, maybe just like a glorified super melee creep. So you kind of still have to wait for first nighttime, and you hope that you have the levels to kind of utilize that first night there as well. And the last lane we haven't really looked at is down bot. DQQ on the Monkey King, Tax on that Lycan, up against Lanfer on the Pudge, and Ran Fudao on that Disruptor. It's a stable lane as well here for Lanfer. He's not being stopped at all. There's not much pressure. It's probably just down to, again, having so many melee heroes. Like, melee heroes into Disruptor is always kind of painful as well. When you run up, you can just get glimpsed away. So you can't really make any aggressive moves onto Ranfu or onto Lanfer. He's just allowed to free farm in the Pudge. He's been hooking the large camp. He's been getting a ton of gold. And once you have a Vanguard on this Pudge, you're not going to harass him out as the Lycan. That's going to be a big part. Yeah. Most of your output on IGV is actually just physical for the early part of the game.
Yeah, no doubt. It's in the top lane. Killer just continuing to constantly chase and throw down these axes onto Yukio. He tries to avoid them, isn't able to do so. It's just so annoying. Poking and prodding and poking. Which is ironic, because their name is Poke Gaming. I also don't know what IRB is.
Yeah. They've been on point with all the poking on Poke, as you would expect from their namesake. SJ.
And they got you to bring him down. Wow, okay. SJ, yeah, just not really being meted with the aggression here. And they're trying to get a kill. I don't think they're going to get it, though. Oh, they will just about. The right click comes through in the end, and they will take down each other. And Eren is the only survivor in the top lane now. Go, Mirana. Yeah, you're the carry now.
You're a bit disappointed that you don't find a kill on the Beastmaster first. So if you manage to soak up that EXP, it feels a little bit better. Still not really a massive loss coming out for the side of Poke. You're still feeling good. You're suppressing that top lane. We talked about the first nighttime being like a good timing for the Night Stalker to reel control back. He's not really set back from the level 4 where you're 2-0-2. So the Hunter in the Night can feel a little bit more impactful. At the same time, like, this all in on Killa for the axes is going to be hellish for you to deal with, regardless of night or daytime. Again, you can't just run down the Beastmaster at this point. And the spam ability of those axes. Still has 2 mangoes, has a ring of Basilius, he's just diving.
Yeah, you say you can't run him down, but that seems to be what's happening here. The lift is out, but the all axis, 1 second, gets him, nails him. Killer is just not stopping. Psycho Killer. What about you? SJ just can't even come close. He's trying to fight with his ball, but it's just too strong. The spin. Absolutely spin. And this tower is going to be taking some whacks right now. This top lane isn't just gone badly. It's gone to absolute hell in a handbasket. Bottom lane. On for Soleilter. Is he in trouble? No, he is not. All right, we're just chilling. Yeah, at one point in Jingu's actually not that scary. So just the position 4 monkey.
Yep, just poking and prodding. You have some windows open when you don't see Ranfu and he can't get the glimpse off, so the Pudge is a bit vulnerable. He does opt for the phase boots over just rushing the Vanguard components first, which makes enough sense. You kind of want to run around the map a little bit more. He is forced to walk back to base, so this is a lot of room for Tax to start building up on that Lycan. And he's almost at the Dominator timing. In fact,
nice.
He is flying it out. So you've got that timing ready on Lycan. You should be able to get your own push going. Doesn't quite have the 6 to run heroes down, but doesn't feel necessary. I think for IGV, all things considered, despite the top lane kind of getting pretty badly for Ukiyo. Like, you're still finding some wins. You've got a decent time for Totoro. Tax is still on top of the world with his earlier Dominator timing. So you've got some pretty good spikes lined up for you here. If you can start to find objectives off the back of these timings, then you can still find your opening. Like, even after that atrocious start for your safe lane Night Stalker, there is a recovery plan here for IGV.
But you said that they're poking poke. I mean, can you poke a poke? What happens if two people try to poke each other at the same time? Maybe their fingers collide, but right now Longbow's getting slided upon. Will they be able to finish the job here? Looks like they certainly will, and there is no hope of survival despite the glimpse and kinetic field from the Run Fu Lao Dao. Disruptor, so now a tower can be sieged freely by the side of IGV. Maybe they can trade this one, but honestly, I kind of want to see Poke try to defend that tier 1 tower at bot.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, they could. They don't really have any of their team fight spells up, though. They don't have Roar. Their lockdown is just pretty much Aaron landing an arrow.
Yep.
No TP in, at least, to try.
Yeah, he does manage to land it, actually. So DQQ is going to be taking a ton of damage here. Will it be enough to finish him off? Yes, it will. Man, Aaron is getting it done right now. The protagonist going to work.
Not the biggest kill to find, but it does relieve some of that pressure down bot, and you're able to find that kill solo. So not much commitment coming out from Poke that actually went out there. Tax will still give the tower a shot, and he's got the creep wave. He's got a nice Warpine creep as well, and he does have the
stay
6
alive,
ready.
though. They have 2 ways to kill it, and the arrow gets it done. Bye-bye, Mr. Pinecone Raider. You'll be doing no more raiding today.
Yeah.
Oh, quickly. Is his brother going to get the same fate? That would be tragic if Tax kills both the Warpine Raiders in the same way. Meanwhile, up at top, Killer being jumped a little bit here. Totoro with the rotations, trying to get on top of Killer, and ooh, that's an interesting roll. And by interesting, I mean kind of bad. But bottom lane, they're going to get the kill onto DQQ, so that's something. A little bit of trading going on.
Yeah, you're a lot happier with IGV finding that kill onto the Beastmaster, punishing Killer for just being alone for quite a fair bit. The one big thing that you are getting out here on Poke is a ton of space for
Sorry.
Almost finding that sibling, but the sibling does live on. I think the side of Poke, I mean, you're dropping some kills here and there, but the issue still stands that this Morphling is pretty much uncontested in mid. Like, Small KK has had a good lane. He's still free farming up. Doesn't really have rune control, but you're not really looking to rotate anyway. Lawnfur.
Yeah, he's got a lot of heroes. Wait,
Detection.
Ah, there we go.
is.
Monkey King comes in, delivers the goods, and Lawnfur. Oh, the kinetic field as well. They might be able to finish the job regardless, though. I mean, they're still trying to run him down, and they will be able to do so. The Sleight of Fist gets the job done. Lawnfur will be no more.
He walks up, tries to finish up the Vanguard, gets punished for it. I mean, he does have the Vanguard up. It does take a little bit more time to clean him up here from the side of IGV, but they find the kill, they find a tier 1 tower, so they equalize the map control. The side of Poke, they're still keeping Killa up top. Killa's rushing Ags! He's going for the drums of Slum!
God, the Slum!
What?
My guy, he's like, these drums are so rubbish that they're going to get deleted in like 10 hours time, so I want to play my drums. I want to sing the song of my people before we go down. I respect
Oh god.
it.
Totoro.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad death there on the Ember Spirit. Gets caught out by the Pudge, Dismember, very good ability.
Yeah, they hold him down. I'm still bewildered by Killa going for the Ags. I'm an Ags believer. If anything, I feel like the Ags will be buffed up by the patch. I don't think drums is conceptually a bad spell. I think it's actually a pretty cool spell. You get some damage, you get some healing. The weird thing is that he does not play his drums when he's silenced or stunned. I feel like he should just be drumming. It's a percussive instrument. It's not a spell.
Yeah,
you should just let the guy bang away.
I would,
or,
like,
maybe they're
if you
enchanted
consider
drums that play
drums a
themselves.
Slum a spell, then that means, you know, you think you listen to rock music and like, wow, this guy's a magician. There's a wizard. There's a wizard at the back of this rock band. Crazy.
Yeah.
Very easily impressed.
The damage output's huge, though. Like, the last few bangs are actually insanely high damage. So I'm keen to see. This is the kind of build you do on Turbo, and I think I did this when the drums were changed. when his Ags was changed. This is exactly what they did when the patch went out. I played a turbo game. I rushed Ags and Blink. It was funny, but it didn't really win the game. Still, Ukiyo, not safe here.
Certainly not, no, and they're going to throw down everything on him. The Kinetic Storm, the Kinetic Field, the arrows, everything coming on through, and they will be able to finish the job here onto Ukiyo. Pretty close, honestly, but they still get the job done, and that's going to be more money into the pocket of Run Food now as he continues to be a menace on this Disruptor, really showing us why the hero is so darn strong. And, but yeah, like, back to the drums, I totally see what you mean, like, if I was a really, really bad player, then I would have been playing Clinks one day on very low HP and just run around the corner as the drums were coming off towards the end and just drop like 25% health to 0 health in like 1 second because I had no idea what the ability does and just saw this guy playing the drums was like, psh, I'm going to kill him, and then died. But thankfully I'm a really good player, so that definitely didn't happen.
Definitely not. No, this does not sound like personal experience at all, Nomad.
Nope.
For sure.
Just a hypothetical.
The weird thing about Drums of Slom is that it feels like you kind of want to precast the drums before going for your Blink Roar. Like you actually want the drums to channel for at least a second or two.
Yeah.
So you get the faster hits, and then you go in with a Roar at like the middle to end. And that's where the combination feels good. So I'm keen to see if that's what Killa will do. I still can't believe I'm seeing this in his item queue, but, you know, I'm sure Lizard would be... If I was with Lizard right now, he would be very tilted. He's like, what the hell is this?
Has he not a drums endurer? Nah, he's a base
endurer.
player. That checks out, actually.
Yeah. I keep telling him, but what about the drums, Lizard? And he's like, oh, John, shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear this from you, too.
No, Lizard's a simple man. If they change it to bass guitar of Slom, then he'd be all over it. He'd be like, best ability in game. Nomad, let me tell you, this ability is so good.
Doom with a guitar Ags would be sick.
Yeah,
I think he's the hero deserving of that.
Twould be Pog. But yeah, Poker just really taking this game at their pace in the moment. They're very, very big chilling. They've got like this Ags queued up for one fur. They're probably going to get that. And I mean, in a way, the Beastmaster Ags is also one of those items which is just going to be like, against all these melee heroes, probably feel pretty damn good.
Yeah, like you can kite around. You can just deal that drum damage in the fights. It's pretty low cooldown as well. So you can constantly commit for these fights, no problem coming out here. For IGV, their big issues are, yes, they're finding some trades every now and again. They haven't really bullied Morphling. Like, they haven't punished his pacing from Poke at all. Like, they're just keen to farm up themselves. They've gone Midas here on Ukiyo, so his farm can ramp up, going for the Armlet next. The full Overlord, I think, is already flying out here on tack, so you have the Ancient Creep coming out at the least, which can make a big difference, but you already have some good foils here, and just the kinetic field from Ranfu can save them from these jumps. Let's smoke up on IGV, though.
Yeah, they're on the hunt. This could be a really big catch, but you gotta catch him with the lift before he gets all the strength. He's in the perfect place for them to actually find him right now. I kind of feel like they need one more hero if they want to catch them all. So instead, they're going to go for the Pudge instead. This is a slightly more realistic kill, and they should be able to bring him down without any difficulty here. Thinks about going for the Dismember, but then thinks better of it.
The extra.
Bye.
Drums of Slom is here.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I'm so happy.
Song of my people.
Why?
I mean, he doesn't want to get the helm because he's against Night Stalker. So got to think outside the box. Sometimes we go too far outside the box and end up in another realm of existence entirely, and I'm absolutely for that.
Yeah, I mean, normally you'd go like an aura build, Guardian Greaves, a pipe maybe. Crimson Guard has some utility here.
Keep up with
we
the
might
smoke.
see the usage here.
Okay, see you later, buddy. The roar comes out. The drums are in. Oh, look at the drums go! Absolutely shredded, SJ there. Oh, actually, I'm going to get another one here. Totoro, don't really catch him at the end. Okay, a little bit awkward on the timing there, but still. He used it. Let's see that fight recap. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
So much damage. Definitely all the drums.
It is actually a significant amount of damage, to be fair, but it's just so funny.
86 damage dealt to the Rubik. Okay, that's something. I didn't get to click on the Ember in time, but to the Monkey in time. But I'm sure it was a lot.
it's good because you tie in with his timing. With your Pudge on top, you have a lot of AoE. You can run down these meal heroes, as you mentioned here, Nomad. So it does make sense. I'm just surprised you go for this over Aura, because Aura just feels like what everyone's been going for. But you know what? I'm all for it. This is an offensive Aura in a way, right? Like
Interesting.
It's a damaging
Yeah.
Aura on the enemy team.
It agrees, but just for yourself, and only when you're drumming people.
SJ has the hook. He got the hook.
Very nicely done, but is it nicely done? It's see. I mean, the rest of the team coming on through. Ronfu can't really do much about it. Looks like Lonfer is going to be fighting another death here, delaying his Aghanims even further. Yeah, it has been a rough game for the Pudge, and that's all been the moves of IGV recently, just kind of really shoving on the pressure. And talking about pressure, they're looking to take this middle tier 1 tower. Killer, what is the play? He's got a Roar available in just 3 seconds, so could be an opportunity. That was a close hook as well. SJ really threatening here. Aaron, not well, he did pop the mech, which was maybe the response to the hook.
Yeah. Does
He was
at
like-
least get a little bit of a heal out.
Yeah, just like, I'll heal you, my friends, before I go to my death. Oh, okay, I'm fine.
It's perfectly fine. I don't know if they had enough to lock in the Mirana, even if the hook came out. Like, she could still theoretically leap away unless you've got the crippling fear from Ukio right on top of that Mirana.
And we
So
had
might not
telekinesis,
have
right?
even been a... Yeah, they still had the tally at the least. Try again.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Jesus Christ. Darren just gets clogged down and they'll go looking for more. The lump up from IGV, I mean, when they get on top of you is pretty damn scary. The melee mob just comes smashing down on Killer and on Aaron, and they just get absolutely annihilated. The damage coming out from that Lycan, goodness gracious me.
It's a lot of output right now. You're already pretty much farmed up to where you want to be here on tax. Drums plus Overlord ready. And pop the wolf form as well. So the output is there. For the side of Poke, they're just respecting this. You know, they're playing it safe. They want to hit these Ags timings. They want these early BKBs. Lonfer is not safe here though.
Ooh. DQQ doing a little bit of dodging, a little bit of tricky feet there. Yeah,
Hops
tax
right out.
is scary. I mean, John, how do you avoid tax? What's the best way of tax avoidance?
You can't. You've got to file your taxes. Be
All right,
responsible
thank you. Good
citizens,
job.
everyone.
Almost got
Yeah,
him.
play
Almost
it
got him,
safe.
guys. We almost got John.
Can't dodge the tax. You do not dodge tax. I mean, at the least in this game, to dodge out the Lycan tax, at least ensure that Ronfu doesn't die. I think as long as you've got the kinetic field, you're pretty safe up against tax. They'll try Roshan here on Pope. They missed the arrow, which is unfortunate. Aaron says the okay. I mean, theoretically, Drums of Slom speeds this up as well. If Killa wanted to go that route, but we'll save it for the team fight. It doesn't feel like their output makes this a fast Roche at the same time. IGV don't expect this.
Yeah. Doesn't miss the second arrow on Roche, so good job, Aaron. Improvement is what we aim for, so, you know, that's what's important. If you miss the first but you hit the second, then you're in an upward trajectory, and that's better than hitting both arrows, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you strive for improvement, although consistency would be nice. Glimpse back.
Bye-bye. Nice little kill to SJ there as well. Utilizing the Hawk Vision and the Glimpse. Always feels so good to play Disruptor with like one extra vision utility on your team. Whether that be Wolves, whether that be Hawks, whether that be Track. Just kidding, no one plays Bounty. That's another hero which could use some sort of, maybe even a rework. I don't know. Track is kind of a weird one.
We've seen some Bounty Track, I think, in Dream League at least. So, Bounty Disruptor. It's pretty disgusting when you do see that. But yeah, Bounty Hunter's in a weird spot. I don't know, this patch, it's got to be amazing. You know, it has to solve my family issues. It has to solve my health issues. You know, everything. It has to be the answer to my life here, Nomad.
No, I agree. It's got a lot riding on it. If it's not a good patch, then I don't know what I'll do. Very sad, but it will be. I believe. I believe.
Around you.
Ice Frogs never let me down. Round 3 though does get let down. Tax gets him. Wasn't able to tax avoid. Shame.
Yeah, I mean, he had a kinetic field. Figure he just cast it ahead of you, run into it. and then you're kind of safe. It is fun watching Killer use the drums just long to farm.
That's been its main use so far, I'll be honest. Didn't go for the Blink Dagger as well, so it doesn't have that extra bit of mobility to kind of get on top of heroes. And it's actually going for the Wraith Pact, taking it back a few patches. What a retro
like
guy.
that.
You like it?
I think you understand it's a lot of physical on IGV, so go for the Wraith Pact. You don't have range to clear it. They'll chase down on Fur here, though.
Yeah, let's see if this actually can help us survive a little longer. Killer's coming out from behind, roars the dragon.
What? Why?
And gives the roar away to SJ. Interesting. I think is the best way to describe that. Probably the politest way to describe that. As small KK comes running in. You've got to be careful. They do have a roar, but you've also got an Aegis, so who gives a damn, I guess. In we go. Roar comes out. There we go. Small KK getting beaten down. That'll be the first life gone. Now, can they catch out Totoro? Doesn't really look like it. DQQ's going to throw down the Wukong's command as well.
Stole the drums.
He's stunned. He needs to get out. He's not going to be able to do so. He's dead. The Morphling is out, but look at the damage coming out from the punch. Is it going to be enough? They'll take down one. Yukio drops. They need to get more, though. And inside that Wukong's command, they just don't feel like they can go in for this one. Yeah, the Slom, not quite enough. But you could see that it ticked really, really low on the side of IGV. Like, it looked like it was all going to go crashing down with the Rot plus drums, but not quite enough in the end. And as you can see there, the Pudge and the Beastmaster ones doing primarily most of the damage in that fight.
Yeah, because you lost your Morphling so early on. Small KK tries to rotate in the backside by himself and just gets taken out. A little bit disconnected from Poke this time. IGV, and they work as a unit. They get some big steals out from SJ. And Killa giving out the roar is pretty big.
That was
like
the...
that should not have happened.
But also, the Morphling saw that happen and chose to go in anyway, you know. You got to take responsibility for your own actions as well. Like, yeah, okay, Killer, that was mega sus from you, my friend. But also, you know the situation. It's not like he stole roar in the middle of the fight and immediately used it on the Morph. Like, the Morph chose to run in and get roared, so...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Poke.
It's
Sort it out,
a little
lads.
bit awkward for Poke. I do enjoy that. I do enjoy that SJ steals the drums. With his spell amp, it's 140 per hit.
It did.
That's a big DPS boost.
Big Pog.
You know, it's actually huge. So if he had his own link up, he gets that going.
He's got a shard. He can
And
just
it kept
throw
him alive.
himself in.
Yeah, it kept him alive in that last fight too because of the healing.
Oh, really?
So he didn't die. He was dropping fairly low in that fight and drums up, healing from the damage. They were all clumped up.
Yep.
Gets to live.
Well, a little bit awkward now as no Aegis on the side of Poke means that Small KK is going to have to go back to the safe farm. Closes off the map a little bit for the side of Poke. The advantage they once had is it's pretty much gone, and yeah, I'm starting to wonder, but Morphling should have, after this BKB, start going for the Skadi, and that's going to be a very, very scary timing indeed. And look at these items coming out there. Against all this physical, right-click, melee damage, so we're seeing this, wow, actually, the Crimson Guard comes out immediately as they try to catch him out, and there's still a lot of damage coming through onto Cello from Fleur, but he's going to come in with the Dismember onto Totoro. It's not going to be able to bring him down, though, and he's going to be able to get himself away from this one. It's Longfire who drops instead. And now, IGV, they're still sticking around. The BKB out from Small KK makes him a formidable target, though, as they do kill off DQQ with the pokes. And now, well, they'll just take control of this area, get the D-wards coming through, and try to put some pressure on this Tier 2 tower.
Dire's top tower is under
You should be able to get a decent enough shove, not the fastest. You don't have your own Dominator or Overlord creep. So it's not like the full push potential of the Beastmaster coming through here. And we are seeing issues for Killer. Like, he needs this BKB on top. Like, his drums does just get canceled off once he's silenced, which is unfortunate. You have a good source of silence just in the Night Stalker.
Oh,
you're not able to drum his
connects
on.
onto the Ember. Can they save him? SJ does come in with the shard save, but it's not enough. They bring him down. The drums get the job done, but Killer is going to pay the price for this one. He bangs the drum, and then he gets hammered himself. Small KK might want to get out of here. Oh, there comes the silence. He's got a manta, but that doesn't help you at all against this. But, oh, beautiful kinetic field, though. He's trying to get away, though. He's holding this waveform. The silence comes through. He uses it aggressively to run through them, and he's going to be able to get on top of Tax. Tax has been killed, and now he moves across towards Yukio as well. Small KK is pretty much uncontested in this fight as they turn it around beautifully. The balls on this Morphling not to waveform away. Save it, 'cause he knows he's got the Manta in his pocket, and turn this fight around. That was a great read from the side of Poke.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, Poker ready to back him up. Like, Lawnfur comes back in. With BKBs kind of fading at that point, being on cooldown, he just manages to clean up that fight. With Rot up, he keeps the hold on to Ukyo with the Dismember, and this Crimson Guard, it's causing a lot of issues for IGV. Like, their lineup is still all in on physical. So you don't have a good way of just bursting them down magically. It's just not there. That's mainly just down to SJ trying to do what he can on a Rubik, and it's not like you can always find those big spells in the middle of these fights. So you're going to have a problem, especially once the BKBs start flowing in for Killa. Like, once Killa has a BKB, I think you feel pretty safe. And even a BKB up as well on Lonfer. Like, those timings are big. In fact, Lonfer has 2 BKBs queued up.
Oh, good.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Of course, when you have 2 BKBs, then you can look a bit stupid, which is always important.
Or maybe he knows something. Maybe in the next patch you can buy 2 BKBs to make a super BKB.
Wow. Mega BKB.
Yeah. Which
Maybe it's going to be like you can reset your BKB's cooldown, but not by buying the recipe, but buying an entirely new BKB. That would make late game
broken for the late game
and boring. Whoop. Hook does not connect. Alas. Golem looking very threatening. Again, teams just trying to get a measure of each other. A couple of jabs across the ring now as Small KK commits to kill off SJ here. The BKB has been used, however, so it is something. Oh, beautiful little look coming across there, just snagging onto a DQQ. The overcommitment, though, from the Disruptor is a bit extreme, and IGV will be able to back themselves away without too much difficulty. It is just the supports who have dropped, but it's also the map being controlled by the side of Poke, and that is what is important.
Yeah, they get control back in the top
area.
jungle. And they've got an angle into the Rosh if they want to kind of go in there. They can shove in mid and the side of IGV. And they're still farming up. This blink on Ukyo is going to be their own big timing. You can jump in, get that crippling fear off, just get some control in these fights, force out some BKBs earlier on, and then try to weave in and out. Maybe hold on to your own BKBs for as long as you can, and then re-engage. Like, that has to be what IGV does. That's where they're most successful, when they draw Poke out to these awkward fights. They'll try to smoke up here, though.
Yeah, Killer's the target, and I think they might be able to grab him here. He's on the run, but the drums of Slum are going to be cancelled out immediately by the silence, and down goes the Beastmaster. Oh, but he's drumming the bangs. Drumming the bangs? Wow. I'm just going to stop.
Yeah, he's drumming the bangs right now as they will go into the Rosh. Yeah, they've got it. And for Poke, I mean, they can still contest this. It's not like it's going to be the freest rush for IGV.
Buyback smoke up. They were going to try and fight this one. The hook onto the wolf, not the target they wanted. Selonfer trying to get into the pit. They're going to try and stun him up straight away, lift him up, throw him back. They want to try and finish off and get that Aegis, but it comes the wolf. Who gets it? It's Totoro that picks it up, though. And Small KK trying to find a bit of this one, but Totoro almost immediately dead, but, yep, does go down. Can they catch him? That is the question. Arrow is there. Beautifully timed from Erin, and they will kill him off twice. What is going on in that pit? Why are there like 20 remnants in there? I don't know. But either way, that was messy.
Yeah, that was not the way you wanted it to go for IGV. Again, not the freest rush. They had the buyback. They have this Pudge that can just run up with that Crimson Guard BKB, not scared of anything at all. And that's only first Roshan's. It's second Rosh, so it doesn't feel amazing for the side of IGV to lose out in that. They can't make use of the second life, and the push is kicking in from Poke. They can just go high ground. There is still the Fortifies. There's still a buyback. Fairly quick respawn here on your Ember, but no nighttime for Ukyo. No Dark Ascension to play with as well.
He's Dayman. Dayman not scary. Nightman, very scary. Devilman, traumatic. Don't watch it. Middle barracks have gone down in the middle lane, up to the top side. We go Poke. There is no brakes on the Poke train right now. They're poking, they're prodding, and they're doing much more than that. IGV, they are 5 heroes up, but as you say, just feeling pretty impotent at the moment. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer to be strong. 9 seconds till Dark Ascension. Maybe that's something they can play around. Maybe they can get back and defend this one. That is certainly going to be the attempt being made here. They'll use the Boundless Strike just to try and slow things down a little bit. Totoro's stunned, he's got the BKB though, so they can try and make this fight happen. Again, the Night Stalker looking for the entry, round on the back lines here. It's Killer though, just initiating, they'll throw the Raw down onto Yukio. SJ's actually just stolen the drums once again, not an ideal spell for the Rubik, as Yukio does fall. The Wukong's command is there, but it's really not doing much. There's a position 4 Monkey King, it's not holding them back, as they'll just mow them down regardless, and now they can get back to the back. Oh, that's a nice glimpse, dragging back tax all the way back over, and they'll be able to run it down, and KK with a wonderful chains coming out onto 2. SJ saves himself, she knows Totoro can save himself as well, and both of them will sit in the fountain and think about calling GG, and that's exactly what they do. GG comes out, it is Poke that take game number 1 in 32 minutes.
And that's a quick one, and that was fairly straightforward for Poke. For IGV, I mean, maybe it's back to that drafting issue here that you mentioned, Nomad. Going for the triple melee early on, in fact, quad melee lineup, triple melee cores, into this kind of lineup coming out from Poke, just a really rough time. They didn't really keep Small KK down on that Morphling either. He was allowed to farm for the most part. They were hunting down Lon Fur, who already had a strong start on that Pudge, and wasn't really the hero you needed to keep tabs on. I feel like the Morphling was always the failsafe here for the side of Poke. It was all in on only him scaling into this lineup, and IGV just didn't get that punish. Their lanes didn't line up the way they expected either, so they couldn't get that running start off for this lineup that just needed momentum early on to sustain themselves.
Yeah, it was a bit of a Zerg, a bit of a death ball, which just never really came into working. Like, it never really hit its timings, and you couldn't really let Poke get too far ahead in this game because there's so many items they can build against you, you know? That was the biggest problem. I think that was that thing in the back of my head which I just couldn't get over about IGV. You know, you get this Wraith Pack, you get this Crimson Guard, and all of a sudden, like, these heroes just aren't gonna die, and if they're not dying and you're a bunch of melee heroes just kind of running around together, you're just going to get mowed down. It seems to make so much sense, the way Poke fight this game, and like, yeah, IGV, that there are ways they can win, but it came down to, as you say, just kind of deathballing, you know? And maybe if they had something else which could kind of make this deathball work, maybe some like Moo or Flame Witch Doctor or something like that, which could have healed them up and turned them into this deathball, which didn't die. That could have worked, but unfortunately, you know, the Monkey King arena was just kind of this thing which they were kind of trying to play around, and it didn't really work. It wasn't the thing they needed. So, yeah, something missing. The puzzle was incomplete for IGV, and Poke will be able to take it. John, you want to give an MVP for this game?
It's hard to say. I feel like everyone on Poke played well. Maybe I want to say Small KK probably. Like, he played really far forward as Morphling once he had the items up. He was taking these really aggressive positions on Morph. He understood his farm timings, when to sit back, when to come in, and once he was willing to commit, he just did a ton of work on that hero. He had a great lane matchup up against the Ember, and he just kept turning into the Ember as well. Like, his sleight of fist chains were always on point, and there was no punishment for the Morphling.
It was a ridiculously free Morph game, really. Like, unless this Night Stalker got like a really good start to the game and could start getting on top of him early, then I think it was just a super easy Morph game. And yeah, he takes the freebie. They really, really do. I can't stress enough how much I didn't like this IGV draft, and yeah, nothing ended up making sense to me about it. Maybe things will look completely differently if Yukio had the start to the game he wanted, but he just got really ran over by this Beastmaster, and I think that was the kind of breaking point very early on for this team, where this thing which they wanted to play around just didn't exist. Also, would have really liked to seen Ags coming out from Tax after the Helm of the Overlord. You know, I think this drums was a bit of a meh, and then the Assault Cuirass was kind of like, oh, we need to counter their auras with our own auras, but just commit to the bit at some point. But is Night Stalker Ags really that strong? He's already pretty fast. I don't feel like he benefits a huge amount, but I don't know. Maybe. I've actually seen Ember Spirit Ags look pretty sick. I mean, the Wolf Bite onto the Ember Spirit looked pretty sick, 'cause he gets really fast remnants which can't be slowed. And can do crits inside his Slatter Fist. That could have been something cool as well. Didn't get to see it though, unfortunately, and Poke do take game number 1. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we are going to be back with game number 2 of Poke Gaming versus the lovely, lovely side of IG Vitality. So we'll see you in a bit. friends, and welcome back to the patch waiting room, aka the China DPC Division 2, as we jump into one of the final games on this patch. We hope. I mean, it's been all but confirmed at this point, so we can believe. And look at that, the odds are changing in Poke's favor, and I'm not surprised. They look like the dominant team in game number 1, draft aside. They just had some nice outplays coming through as well. You know, one small misplay in the top lane where we kind of gave away Raw to Dragon, got Raw stolen, got the Morphling killed with the stolen Raw, but I think we can look past that and just say that Poke overall, you know, they did look good.
Yeah, they looked really good. I'm surprised that IGV is a little bit favored here, actually, in game number 2, with how Poke played in game 1. Maybe some confidence that IGV rallies back, you know, and kind of changes their draft up, starts to stitch in, not go into like a quad melee lineup into the Podge. We'll see if they can correct. I think the issues that IGV had are easily correctable. Again, mainly just a draft issue from them. So we'll see if they can kind of fix it up, get some faster playstyle out, as well as we do have the draft on hand. The Beastmaster being respect banned by IGV along with the Brood, and Poke going for the DPNP. They get the Doom up and the Disruptor. IGV start with that Monkey King again, though.
No.
They start with it. And they could pick up a Rubik.
Yeah, you know what's worse than giving away Raw?
10 seconds remaining.
Giving out the Doom, yeah.
Yeah. I'm scared.
At least you don't have anything like Dreams of Slum, right? Like you don't rush anything dumb like that, so it should be straightforward for Killa this time.
I mean, you could rush the Ags on Doom if you really wanted it.
Tex isn't even here.
He's got other things to do. He's a busy guy, right? Oh, interesting. They somehow don't go Rubik. That's a huge surprise for me. They'll go for the Jakiro instead. What's the reasons for choosing the Jakiro over the Rubik?
Probably just looking for solid tempo, more damage coming out, maybe more harassment in lane as well. The Jakiro does apply a lot of that early on. We saw how well Ice Pat acts as a hold against some slippery heroes, in particular the Puck last time. So I think it's solid. And they get the ban out to Rubik, so they're not going to allow Poke to have that pesky Rubik around. Monkey King and Jakiro spells are already pretty good to steal out. I think it's just a team fight combo from IGV, right? Like Macro Pyre plus Wukongs plus Ice Pat and Wukongs. It feels pretty good. And you can still kind of flex the Monkey King back to support here for IGV if you wanted to go that route. I'm wondering if they'll be forced to. I feel like support Monkey is still effective, but you kind of need that snowball start to still be like a semi-core. You know, you still end up needing some farm for continuous impact in that hero. So it really depends on, it relies on like a really strong start for your team, and I think it's just safer to run it safe lane.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I could agree with that. I think the flex is always there though, right?
5 seconds remaining.
It's always on hand. Like we've seen them do that before in IGV, and for Poke, it's down to them to try to figure out what IGV will try to do with a Monkey King this time around. I think a Monkey King versus Doom lane is pretty solid as well. Like you can just fight back even under a Scorched Earth, because once you get the 4 Jingu strikes up, you get your Jingu up and running, you just kind of win trades, and you have the Jakiro potentially backing you up there. So it's a very solid safe lane core matchup there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad if this was that safe lane. It's strong enough to be able to pick into pretty much anything. Maybe like a Legion or something weird could be an answer for it, but even then, I still think Monkey just wins, so... Yep, I like it. Pretty much uncounterable, I would say. Poke. It's the ball's in their court. I'm looking for them to pick up probably their second support here, and that's exactly what they'll do. The Hoodwink will come out. This will be your errand hero, I imagine.
Yeah, I like seeing Hoodwink into the Monkey. I feel like there's always this weird potential to lock him in before he tree jumps away. So you've always got a little bit of a solution to tie the Monkey King down if you do catch a glimpse of him, which is easier said than done, of course, but still gives you some way of trying to randomly catch the Monkey. You also have a really soft support to kind of gun down with your ultimate as well, so you can kind of just try to kill off the Jakiro before anything else happens. But seeing that support come out, IGV goes straight into the Bat Rider and the Nyx. So they've got solid magic damage coming out, solid control. your only save on poke from that lasso is really a glimpse back on the Batrider, which isn't really reliable. And once BKB is up, that's not really a solution at all. So I like what IGV has. I think they're covering their bases for these big range cores that could still come out from poke and kind of work themselves into a decent position. I think the support duo of Jakiro and Nyx can be maybe a little awkward. And that's where poke picking up the Quap does make a lot of sense. Like, the mid lane matchup is solid. And your lockdown is so-so. Like, theoretically, you could run around with Vendetta, Spike Carapace when she gets her AoE out, and then just chain stun from there. But outside of that, like, your hardest lockdown is like Blink Lasso.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, it's you look at their team and it's like, yeah, they've obviously got stuns, but then like, at the same time, it's like, okay, well, you got an Ice Path and you got like, Carapace and Impale. Nothing's just that like kind of simple bonk. Maybe Boundless Strike will be enough for that kind of thing, but your Monkey King's not usually going to be the one making plays on the map, so they probably have enough, but it's awkward. It's a bit rusty, but hopefully IGV will pop out the WD-40 and be able to make this work. It can work if they're good enough, and I think they are. Let's see what they can pull out here. This is a fast banning phase. Ban, pick, and that's going to be the TA coming out. This is something which a lot of teams have been kind of last phasing and trying to catch the other team off guard with. Will IGV be able to do so? I want to see some get down Mr. President moves from the Nyx assassin with the Hoodwink, by the way. That'd be pog.
Yeah, that's kind of one way to get some defense out from IGV. The Nyx can kind of combo break really nicely there. Just Spike Carapace reflect that damage back. With a Sharpshooter, I'm keen to see what IGV plans to do with her lanes. You could potentially have Batrider off TA mid, but Batrider mid still feels better into the Quap, even though it's not, again, a directly favorable lane. I don't think the TA does enough there to feel comfy. So you run safe lane TA. Safe lane TA, what do you do with a Monkey? Monkey King off lane doesn't sound particularly appetizing, and you kind of lose out in the Monkey King versus Doom lane, which feels more solid. So do you run something weird like?
Yeah, I didn't notice that initially, but maybe it's TA mid and Batrider off lane.
I think the TA mid versus Quap is...
Yeah, that's pretty off. You
just go dagger build.
Yeah, you can dodge dagger with invis, but then there's a sentry down, and then you got to play the sentry game, and you just spend all your money on sentries, and everyone loses.
Yeah, that's the one thing that makes this awkward from IGV. Like, it does make sense. It's really good tempo. You hit this Dragonlance Desolator timing. Your Monkey King doesn't really need to play as a big farming core. You can go like Echo Saber, maybe Orb of Corrosion.
And they could be looking at Nyx offlane and Monkey King as a 4. Nyx can build like Meteor Hammer and then go for Greaves. I don't hate it, honestly. I really don't.
You could. I don't think Nyx is strong enough to be something that feels good in the off lane. I think you still have a lot of solutions for a safe lane pick here and poke that can kind of deal with that well.
If you want to
it's a little bit awkward, but you've got Terrorblade on hand. Your early 15 minutes is going to feel really bad. Then you just scale. They go Abaddon instead. So they have a solution for the Batrider. They have their safe lane on hand. It scales really nicely. It's hard to shove away from Lanfur. I like this draft from Poke. It's very different. IGV's is safer in the sense that if the game drags on, like the farm coming up for Ukiyo and Totoro is going to be big, and they will actually run Ukiyo on the safe lane Monkey and run mid TA. So TA versus Quap lane, which again is not the best for TA. I think the Quap still comes out on top pretty well. So I'm keen to see how much IGV can get. The laning phase is super important for them. If it falls flat in lane, they have leeway, but I think Poke are most vulnerable in that laning phase. So they've got to kind of win out there.
Yep. So again, it's going to be like Battle of the Sentries, I suppose, in the middle lane. See what they can do with that. And hopefully that'll give you the opportunity to dodge the daggers. That's something we're definitely going to be looking at. I mean, basically this whole game comes down to the mid lane, I feel. Small KK can own the game if he gets in charge, and so can the TA. Yeah, interesting stuff. Meanwhile, actually, this safe lane looks really good from Poke. They've got the Batrider versus Baden matchup. I just feel like Poke has just really strong lanes here. Maybe the Monkey King lane is pretty good for the other side, but The other two lanes should go Poke's way, so I'm feeling pretty good about them just kind of getting out the laning phases and then looking pretty sick and being able to take it over from there. It's all about the pressure, and yeah, once they get to the point where the Abaddon has enough items, I think he does pretty well in the matchup versus TA, right?
Yeah, he's not too bad. If your main issue is trying to get on top of the TA, which can be a little bit rougher, just because, again, you have decent enough hold here from IGV to try to kite around that hero. But this kind of game as well for a safe lane Abaddon, it's arguable you could go for, and it sounds a bit crazy, but Radiant's Abaddon here actually doesn't feel too bad as well. Like, if you do allow Lonfer to have this strong start, and he does farm something like Radiance early on, I don't think it's actually that bad.
Definitely an option, yeah.
A long duration up front with your ult. You can just burn through Refraction, shield no problem. The missed chances on Monkey King and TA feel awful. So I wouldn't mind that, actually. This is probably one game where I can say, yeah, Radiance Rush on safe lane's not bad.
And look at Poke here already, just laying down the law in the middle lane, saying, no, you will not get this this warding advantage. There is a sentry available on DQQ. I wonder if it's going to start this early, the Battle of the Sentries. That would be very interesting. I also feel very proud of myself if that was the case. But yeah, the Abaddon could go for the Radiance. Could also just go, if they want to find the temper, could also just go for Manta Blink. As a kind of somewhat more traditional build, and kind of give you that ability just to close the gap on the TA and then immediately kind of get on top of stop her playing the game. Could be an option. Damage coming out onto Killer, but he's got that Scorched Earth as well, so he's no... oh my god, actually the Glimpse damage is too much. DQQ is going to be the first blood instead. Aaron's going to claim it. Not the ideal target to get the first blood on, but he'll take it.
You don't mind too much. I think a little bit of farm on the Hoodwink in lane does feel pretty impactful. And that first blood kind of sets a good tone here for the side of Poke. Like we talked about it, their lanes can feel a little bit stronger coming out here. Having this kind of start for IGV, not ideal, but not the biggest loss.
That was a really bad miss for Totoro. He missed the side blade onto the range creep. And that's kind of how you want to play this, is just get the range creep as quickly as possible. And yeah, rough start to the lane, honestly, for the TA. But
I mean, you can still kind of try to work out until level 2, 3. That's when small KK can feel bigger, Shadow Strike down, harass. You aren't going to be protected at all by your Refraction. There's no D-ward in that sentry mid, so you can't dodge out with your meld. So you don't have the counterplay that you'd want here for the TA, and your Clop should still have a stable time. I don't expect small KK to be bullied out too hard unless he just keeps copying these side blades. So as long as the alignment of Totoro is there, then he has some play. If not, small KK should just build up.
Yeah, so far so good. Overall towards the top lane, we've got Yuki on the Monkey King and SJ on the Jakiro. We're expecting big things from this lane. Now, IGV, I feel like this is the lane they really want to run over if they want to kind of come out into the mid game on even terms, because I can't see this bottom lane going particularly well for them. And already, Tax is actually getting beaten down pretty hard. He's forced back under the tower. Won't be diving him here, but definitely sending a message to IGV, just showing their dominance. And Lonfer, look at this man. He cares not for towers. 1 minute into the game, and he's just sitting under here, chilling, making sure that shield explodes and gets damage onto the both of them. Very efficient, very nice. Good plays.
Yeah, he knows how far he can push it. He still has a lot of charges up on his magic wand as well. So he's always got some burst healing if things get a bit dicey. And again, the lanes are just coming out so much better for Poke so far, like a strong start for Lonfer. Whether or not he wants to go for the Radiance or something like the Blink Manta, still up in the air, playing it safe for the phase boots being queued up. And this is where the Nyx can kind of fall flat. It just doesn't feel like it's a hero that can harass too well. Sure, it has decent base regen, especially with this early ring of regen already up on DQQ, but he's not able to stop too many pulls. He's not able to really contest, and he's not really able to line up that much to shove away Lonfer here.
Just a useless crab.
Yeah. This here needs a touch up or two.
Yeah, needs a bit of spicing up, I'd say. I don't like the axe. A lot of people are like, oh, the axe is so cool. I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's lame.
I think the axe is actually pretty impactful, but
yeah.
It's like, as a Nyx, you don't farm it fast enough. It just feels, oh, Ukio.
Down he goes. I remember when Nyx used to be very special, and actually they'd be able to get down SJ as well. So that's well, yeah, that lane which was supposed to go really good for IG Vitality is they just got double killed. Luckily, the the stream disconnected, so we didn't get to see that awful series of events that just unfolded for IGV. So let's pretend it didn't happen. Things are still going great, as you can see in the top lane. IGV still on full health and mana on both their Jakira and their Monkey King. Everything's going great up here, guys. Do not worry about it.
They got to reset. It playing into a Hoodwink with early Blight Zone just feels awful for a lot of supports. It's not fun for SJ, even Ukiyo. He has that early rate fan, so he's not under as much threat, but sure, you can run down a Doom with Jingu, but Scorched Earth level 2 does burn you for a significant amount of damage. And if you're not able to apply your magical harass onto that Doom, then it falls flat. You already have that early infused raindrop as well in Killa.
Bottom lane.
So the Reed Fire is not going to do as much.
Tax is going very aggressive here, but he's got to be a little bit careful. He's getting up the high ground, keeping his distance from the two of them, although Run for That still chasing. He's an aggressive little disruptor guy, that's for sure. I love how he's just walking in the fire with his aphotic shield. And he's like, I'm immune to your fire. I'm going to make full advantage of this. TQQ. Oh. Whoa, it's interestingly, he was just kind of chilling there for a bit. He's going to go for the TP out and will be successful in doing so. But up in the top lane, it is Yukio who goes down again. Killer looking for another one. He's not stopping. He's under the tower, and it's a double kill for the Doom. Oh no. This lane, it's just gone to shit, to be quite frank.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like, I like that Killa's making use of this envenomed weapon early on as well. Like, the healing reduction's pretty good to actually negate a lot of what you want to do with your Jingu. It's such a good solution to stopping the Monkey King from healing up. Like, not something you see commonly, but 75% regen reduction is nice.
That is nice. That's extremely nice. Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's a hell of a ability to take, and now he grabs a Tornado as well, and he's got the levels to do so. That's a very cheeky one. Throw it on him. Throw it on him. Bone him. Well, blow him, I guess. That doesn't sound right. Tax dead down to the bottom lane. Oh, Fur's gonna get themselves another. Oh, these lanes, they are heating up, and you talked a lot about burning, and you're of course an expert on that, John X Fire.
Of course. Fire safety is very important. That's why my name's X-Fire. Make sure you check your extinguishers on hand, and if you do, well, you'll always have a solution for something like this sneaky bad rider who wants to set arson everywhere. It's rough for IGV.
I don't have a fire extinguisher in my home. What do I do, John?
Well, get a fire extinguisher,
okay,
then you're safe. Funny enough, I don't have one either, but I guess the Philippines is a little bit looser on that. Still,
you're crazy, dude.
What's not loose is this game for IGV. IGV, their only lane that's going good is the mid, and even then, Totoro doesn't have like this huge lead over small KK. So you're not really ahead in the way you'd want to be on the TA. Your timings for the death, so it can still line up, but you have to buy space out now with all of your heroes. And when you're behind with your Bat Rider and Monkey King, I mean, everyone's gonna need to farm. Like, you will need that build up, especially Tax. I think Tax is just gonna have to dip into the jungle. There's some stacks made for him, so he can still flash farm into the blink, but you're losing your bot so fast.
Yeah.
Goddamn, Monfar.
Oh my god, it's already gone actually, and this was all because the Nyx.
He is Radiancing Rush.
Holy crap. That's what he's going for. Yeah, this is all because DQQ wanted to go and rotate. He wanted to go and see what was going on. Maybe he could make some drastic plays to help turn these other two lanes around. I respect the attempt, you know, try and win two of your lanes, ditch one. They choose to ditch bottom, but unfortunately there's just like such a high momentum on poke that they were like, well, we'll just take the tower. We have an Abaddon. We can do that. No hesitation.
Stop him. Like, he even pockets the skill point and borrowed time. You know, so you can kind of just wait out, see if he needs it in an engagement first. And they're still applying that pressure on Ukio.
Yeah. And that's might turn into more than pressure, actually, as they just continue to chase him down under the tower. SJ, he's got the dual breath available in just 1 second. They're going to need it. It does come through, but it's not nearly enough to keep Yukio alive, and SJ is going to fall as well. Another 2 kills up here. They've died collectively 6 times in this top lane on IGV. That is just not good.
It's really not. This is some space for Tax, some space for Totoro to keep farming mid. Tax now going to be clearing out those stacks. He is rushing into the drums instead, realizing that the Blink's probably just going to take a little bit too much time. They'll have some ores to play with. SJ TP'd in.
Bongos to save you, I'm afraid.
I'm surprised Ronfu doesn't send him home. He saw that TP. They want the
They
kill
want the
instead.
kill, yeah. I respect it. They want blood. They don't want to just send him back. They want to send him back in a casket.
But he's gone.
Yeah. Tornado. The acorn. Actually, not even an acorn, just a right click. Finishes the job. So efficient as well. Like Aaron's full mana. He didn't use a single spell. He's just like, yeah, don't need to. You're not worth it.
Yeah, doesn't need to do much there. They just knew they can run down Jakir. There's no counterplay. The side of IGV just trying to take what they can. Again, farming in lanes where they can still farm. Getting that build-up they'd want in the TA, but this lead from Poke is just overwhelming. Like, you've got a really good Radiance timing lined up for Lonfer. Still pocketing that 6. There's still no threat coming out from Tax here, although I do believe the drums are at least up, so you can try to run down, but no one's shoving out this Abaddon. No one's shoving out the Doom. I mean, it is to be expected. Like, you have Monkey King plus TA plus Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Like, these heroes need some initial farm.
And let's be clear, it is a bad Bat Rider game. You're playing against Abaddon, you're playing against Disruptor, you're playing against Doom, you're playing against Queen of Pain. Even the Hoodwink to an extent could be considered a fairly decent hero against Bat. Like, it's one of the worst I've seen. So I don't really know what he's planning to do. Banging up bongos all you like, my friend. Is Aaron trying to get up to the high ground here, but still being chased down? Maybe IGV find this one. Nice little jump to the low ground, though, with a sharpshooter, and now they can maybe look for the turnaround. Glimpse back onto Yukio. Yukio being forced into engagement he doesn't want to take anymore, but you come for the squirrel, you better not miss.
Yeah. And commit really hard to just try to find that support kill, but Aaron plays on edge, still survives through Totoro. Not safe here either.
Certainly not, no. The damage does not stop coming through from the side of Poke right now. Nice little stun coming up, but Killer's there with the Doom, and there comes a Sonic Wave as well. The Queen of Pain brings them down, and they're going to look for more. Killer's going to be the next target as he does drop, so they get something for the side of IGV. But Small KK can't quite finish off SJ here, so needs to back herself away. Meanwhile, Tax on the chase. In comes DQQ from the side as well. The stun is there. The glimpse comes back to try and give him the hand. The blink away. Small KK might just survive this one. Aaron and Small KK just running away on a sliver of HP. Neither of them leaving the other behind, and they do both survive. Another sad situation for the side of IGV as they are unable to secure the kill onto either the Hoodwink or the Queen of Pain.
It's a pretty big kill at the least. Oh no. They sent Totoro home as well. So he has to run back to get some farm. Never TP in front of a Disruptor. He will send you back packing. 12-2. I mean, at least you found the Doom kill on Killa. You know, it's a good kill. It's a good amount of net worth going your way. I believe you do gain more than you lose there. For the side of IGV, it just comes at a massive cost that you really don't want to keep sacrificing your Monkey or your TA. Like, this time, Tax lives, but at this point, you just kind of want to try to gear up for a mid to late game timing, have your Monkey King NTA, have some impact with itemization, run from there. And one key issue is that, for some reason, Lonfer is still left alone. And so
Totoro in the middle lane. Once again, the help is coming through them. They're trying to turn around to Small KK, but a beautiful bushwhack onto 3 takes down Totoro. Don't know how Aaron found the snipe onto the key target in that one, but great aim there from the Hoodwink, and they're going to be able to bring down DQQ as well. Ranfu Dao does fall, but it's a very, very good trade for the side of Poke, and now they can look to really pressure this middle tier 1 tower. 4 heroes in the middle lane, so they'll even look towards SJ as well, but he'll get the 4-man just to get himself out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep. Still gonna lose this mid with this movement out from Lonfer. Once you've got that Curse of Avernus up, it just doesn't take too long. And Lonfer is allowed to go for a 0-4-4 build at 8. He's pocketing still that borrowed time. Radiance, 300 gold away. I mean, the timings are lining up here for Poke.
Under attack.
And for IGV, it's still a game of patience. Ukio now is trying to queue up the Midas. He will find the gold for it soon. So there's a recovery plan in place, but they have to stem the bleeding somehow on IGV and just buy space out. The issue is you're buying space for 3 cores. Like, even your Bat Rider is just not set to go with just the drums. So you need to keep stalling. They will smoke out here.
Yeah, you really need this BKB on tax to be super effective in this game. Has a long way off though, so they're going to try and make a play without it. I'll see Killer. Killer's going to be the target. And this might work. Let's see. They've got the damage. The lasso being held for as long as possible. Will now use it just before he goes in for any kind of spell
Got
casting.
the mech.
Throws down the Doom, interestingly. Yeah, mech is available here from the Doom. And there's a shield coming out from Lonfer as well. And look at the retreat now from the side of IGV. But in fairness, if they can get away with the Doom being used and no one dying for it, they should be happy, but it is going to be the EQQ that gets sniped. But nice little catch here from SJ, but again, Lonfer just keeping his friend alive. Who says carries don't care about their teammates? Now Ranfo down with the catch here. That's actually glimpsed him back out of it, but that's fine because it's into the clutches of Lonfer, who does bring him down. The Batrider eventually falls through the Doom, through the fire, through the flames, but does still fall.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
And they're holding on. At least, well, on Poke, like they're playing on the edge and holding on to their lives, IGV, and they're trying to find punish, and I appreciate the efforts. It is buying space for 2 cores, so Tax understands he has to be something like the sacrifice here, trying to connect with his Nyx, playing around with that Vendetta and trying to lasso someone down. It's just that there's no follow-through. Like, your Doom is so tanky. He just doesn't melt, and with a Vanguard up, he just healed so much. And with a mech up and running, he always has some flash heal on hand. And now, I mean, they've seen Lonfer. He's got the Radiance.
Yep. All
right.
Okay.
And some lag. But this game, it just feels so difficult to play into. Like, how do you run into the Abaddon with Radiance? Like, he's just going to be so effective against the physical output that you're trying to get down on IGV. Heck, even the right clicks out from Tax. Right, like he wants to kind of play with Sticky Napalm, amping up his damage. Outside of just Firefly running down, you're not even going to get that done for yourself as well. So it's a little bit rough for IGV. They needed a stronger start here.
Yeah, not going BKB on the bat, as you say, that's kind of crazy to me, but kind of shows the desperate position they're in. They can't really afford to wait around for a BKB. You know, he needs initiation. They need something to play around, and it will have to be that. TA so far behind as well. This is not what you want your 50-minute TA to look like. You want your 50-minute TA to look like she's about to be a 10k TA in like a couple more minutes.
Not even remotely close to that point. At least you have your Desolator up, but this is Desolator without your Dragon Lance for stats, without a BKB, without anything else. Just Power Treads Desolator. So they're just trying to go for some physical burst if they can find that opportunity on the side of IGV, straight for the Blink next for Totoro. If they can find a pickoff on, say, 2 heroes here for IGV, they can still take Roche. That's where their lineup can shine with the Deso TA. Roshan is still a possibility, but finding that opportunity, finding those 2 kills, that's where the challenge lies.
Doom comes out. They're going to throw it down onto the Batrider just to prevent any kind of jump here, and now the Glimpse comes out. Huge range on that to throw back Tax into death. Very chill, very nice kill. They won't be sieging this triangle, I don't believe, but they will be just taking that kill in the river and continuing to take over this map and pressure the 2 towers in the mid lane and the top lane. This is looking so
They get
bad
the
for
DD up.
IGV.
Is under attack.
They snag that DD on small KK as well. The patience from Killa to hand that over to his Quap
Structures are
allows a little bit more presence out from small KK. They forced the Fortify early as top is already being pushed in by Killa. And it just doesn't feel like you've got any solutions on IGV. Like, they're trying to run around. They have the right idea. Run around with Vendetta and try to get Lasso off the back of that with your Batrider, but it's so hard to execute into that when all the heroes on IGV, all the heroes on Poker are just so durable.
Radiant's
Yeah.
Like, who do you even try to kill? Guardian Greaves fully up in Killa. And Abaddon doesn't care about being lassoed, and the Quap, even the Quap is durable enough with the Ogre Axe and Wraith Band up.
are scanning.
I like these are so many heroes which hate playing from behind as well. Like, IGV is a very momentum-based lineup, same as last game, you know, but even more so this time around. TA wants to be ahead, Monkey King wants to be ahead, like the Batrider really wants to be ahead. Even Nick Sasson as well. You kind of want to be hunting for kills, not just kind of scouting and doing nothing, which
Totoro?
Unfortunately, has been the case this game, and now, well, comes back. They're going to try and unlock onto the Templar Assassin here. She's getting very low, and they will bring her down. Totoro is gone. They're going to be able to take down Rendezvous Doubt at the very least in response, but now IGV are the ones on the run. Tax, though, has been caught out. They're going to try and use the Wukong's command to get a little bit of a turnaround. There's nice stuns coming through, but in comes a shield, and then we'll just cut through DQQ and Tax with complete ease. Every now and again, it looks like they're about to find someone, but then those shields just come out, and you're like, never mind. Oh my god.
18 minutes?
Oof. That's a rough situation. That is a rough GG. And into the disconnects as well. Just everyone bailing as quickly as possible on this absolute train wreck of the game. The ship is going down and everybody's scattering out into the sea, John.
Yeah, to be fair, again, IGV did not have play there. Poke looking cool, calm, collected as they take that win. Very important win for them to find. This brings them up to 3-3. Again, a striking range for that top 2 at the very least if Cactus or Supernova, or if Cactus or Team Bright actually starts to drop their next series, then we've got potentially a 4, maybe even a 5-way tie for that last slot in Div 1. And a massive win. And also, again, the same story as last year's for IGV. This almost pretty much guarantees that they're in the bottom 2, if not at least playing tiebreakers down there. But they are the bottom of the bottom right now, so their position of staying in Div 2 is a lot harder for them to find, down to other teams kind of messing up there, taking some losses where you might not expect them to. Is there anyone else with 1 win? No, it's literally only IGV, and yeah, they're the only one at 1 win. So IGV has to at least find 1 more win and hope that Meteor or
yeah, they're hoping other
Poke
people
kind of
lose
finds. Yeah, like they need other people to lose a lot. Poke, I mean, they had a perfect game. They again come out with this really unique draft. They flex around pretty hard. MVP in this game,
Aaron.
Yeah, let's give it to Aaron. I think Aaron did a fantastic job in Hoodwink, managed the top lane really well. That mid fight where he got that huge bushwhack and got the targeting with a sharpshooter was huge.
Yep.
And they just played perfectly. I think, honestly, Poke just looked sharp this game. Maybe down to IGV struggling, because, I mean, we talked about them not having 2 bad drafts going into this one. It didn't feel that way at all. Like, they got into some insane draft traps from Poke, and Poke also executed on top of it really well.
They did, yeah. I mean, this top lane, I had no idea this Doom Hoodwink top lane was going to go this well. I mean, against Monkey King and Jakiro, like, I'm sure that's like a favored matchup for the Monkey King and Jakiro, but you know how it can be, especially with Monkey King. You know, you overextend, you try and find an opportunity, it doesn't go your way, you die, and then it can be so hard to get back into the lane, and that's exactly what happened, especially against these heroes. It's really unfortunate, and IGV just kind of mentally fell apart. I don't think they were in this game at all from the start, to be honest. I think last game just shook them too bad. They're kind of getting in their own heads about the situation they're in, realizing that if they lose this one, then they're basically relying on other teams to lose. They're no longer in control of their fate, and I think that really got to them. I think this has to be a point where you kind of look back and go, how do we mentally reset? You know, who is the voice in the team which says, guys, like, don't worry about the circumstances. You know, we're not thinking about that right now. We just want to think about the Dota. Let's just play the game, try and win. You know, so someone needs to be having these words being said. And yeah. I would place good money on the fact that nobody said that in this series, because you just felt it. Like, 4 kills. That's all they got. 20-4. The GG was like a little bit premature, perhaps, but I don't really blame them. They were never in it from the first place. There was no fight.
Yeah, it's a rough one. And again, IGV dead last now in standings. We still have a lot of potential ties for that number 2 with Bright, Cactus, Poke, and even Supernova in the running. If Bright and Cactus, again, drop a series somewhere, then the possibility for a lot of ties for the numbers 2 slot opens up. For IGV to have a fighting chance, they need to beat LRNR in their next match. If they do, 2-5, LRNR 2-5, Meteor, if they drop their next 2 series, goes down to 2-5. So there's still a potential for this 3-way tie and someone fighting their way out of relegation, but IGV has to rally. All right, they can't just be completely defeated off the back of this series. They've got to find some improvements and hope that they can come in and take 1 more win, and then just hope for the best afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And you'd hope that, like, you know, DQQ, a bit more experienced than the rest, would be that guy to come through and deliver that message of support, to be like, hey guys, let's rally, let's come back, let's keep fighting. So hopefully we'll see IGV, revitalize and come back into this tournament with a bit of gusto and try to fight for their position here. But it's got to be tough, especially when a win today could have meant still potentially fighting for a Div 1 slot, a lot of hopes, and they have taken so many wins. They've taken so many wins. This is, I think, like one of the first, or the second series where they actually got 2-0'd. Every other loss they had, they were able to take a game off someone. So it's a worse position than maybe they deserve to be in, but at the same time, you don't win the series. That's how Dota works. You don't win the series, you don't deserve to be in the top 7, and that's the situation they're in at the moment. So hopefully we see a little bit more fight coming out from them for their final series against R&R, as you say. But I'm a little bit skeptical. I think this might be the end for this team when it comes to the fortitude and being able to fight up here. But hey, looking good for Poke. Let's focus on the positives. They now get to keep on fighting. They get a chance to fight for that second place, which is very exciting for them. They continue to show life. They continue to show improvement, and this was probably the cleanest series we've ever seen from them.
Yeah, they looked like a solid team. They had some unique drafts coming out. I think if they build on that foundation, it will carry through. Unfortunately, whether or not you can carry through that with a patch coming in is a different question. Probably a very big shift out, but who knows? Maybe that one day they have with the patch dropping and before the next series on the 22nd, maybe a day is enough. Who knows? It's going to be a rough one for these teams. It's going to be an interesting time in the next few days if you do go through the last phase of Div 2. But with a patch coming out, with all these matches meaning so much, it's going to be a fun one to watch, Nomad. I can't wait for that.
Me neither, man. Me neither. It's going to be great. I'm very excited for some patch notes. And of course, on April 22nd, we have a bunch of games coming up. As mentioned, it's IGV versus the Rock and Roller team. That's going to be a very important matchup for both of those teams. If Rock and Roll want to keep their heads above the water, they got to take the win there. Then it's Piggy Killer versus Cactus. Cactus get a chance to prove themselves against the best in the region, but a very tough matchup indeed, as Piggy Killer have looked so damn good. But of course, on a fresh patch, then maybe it's their chance to do it. And then it's Meteor versus Bright as the final game of the day. That will all be on April 22nd. So look forward to that one. I mean, what's your prediction for that last series, actually? Meteor versus Bright.
I would lean towards Bright, honestly. But again, Meteor has to find that upset to bring hope for everyone. So I don't know. I feel like Bright's a much more solid team, but Meteor could surprise us. Anyone can surprise us when it's a new patch. Something might happen.
Yep. I cannot wait. Merry Patchmas, everyone, and that is how we're going to leave it for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining us for this China Division 2 action. We'll see you in 2 days' time as we start it up again for the 3 series. But from today, goodbye, and thanks again for watching.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.